Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.
Welcome to the fifth and final stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Lake Eufaula, big bass capital of the world. It is time to kick this tournament off in this season and crown another champion on the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. But before we do that, we're going to start like we do each and every tournament on the Alabama Bass Trail by honoring our soldiers serving here and around the world by the playing of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's crank up those engines. Let's get started. Boat number 1, William Nichols and Jake Young, you are free to release. Boat number 2, Adam Ryder and Brad Trotter, you are free to release. Boat number 3, Travis Stuck and Todd Sims, you are free to go. Boat number 4, Chris Walton and Jace Garrett, please come by the blast-off boat, and then you can get on plane. Boat number 5, Jeremy Britton and Matt Young. Boat number 6, Danny Kofer and Kevin Kofer. Boat number 7, Joey Davidson and Tullis Lanier, former AOYs on Alabama Bass Trail South Division. Boat number 8, look out for Jay Grogan and Ryan Ingram. Boat number 9, Walter Lawrence and James White. Boat number 10, Alan Martin and Langston Martin. Boat number 11, sitting high up in that Angler of the Year race. Boat number 11, John Pollard and Tim Watkins. Boat number 12, Ken Sessions, Greg Sessions, and as Robbie Floyd would always say, fishing is now in session. Boat number 13, Lucky 13, R.J. Thompson and Kenny Smith. Boat number 14, Charlie Williams and Michael Smith, former AOY champs. Boat number 15, Jim Beavers and Michael Wright. Boat number 16, Daryl Crenshaw and Billy Adamson. Boat number 17, Cody Farr and Hunter Billingsley. Boat number 18, Scotty Holly and Brian Pike. Boat number 19, Danny the Brownie Lavoie and Danny Smith. That brownie was good, wasn't it, dude? Boat number 20, Mike McCullers and Slade McCullers. Good to see you guys. Boat number 21, Stuart Payne and Nicholas Bramall. Number 22, Skylar Sanderson and Calvin Burton. Boat number 23, Shane Thompson and Brett Shiver. Boat number 24, Jimmy Wood and Ken Jones. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 25, Foster Bradley and Nick Harris. Gonna take a little break.
Remind them to wave or yell at us.
Yep.
Thank you.
Please wave at us and let us know when we call your boat number. All right, boat number 26, John Burt and Charles Davis. We got you guys.
Thank you.
Boat number 27, Trevor Elliott and Bo Washam. Boat number 28, David Hutchins and Todd Spencer. Boat number 29, Chris Landers and Brad Pitts. Sorry, we got Luke Duncan up here causing havoc because he can't call boat numbers this fast. Boat number 30, Edgar McMichael and Dale McMichael fishing their last Alabama Bass Trail Tournament. Y'all have a good day, Mr. McMichaels. Boat number 31, Brian Province and David Talley. Boat number 32, Steve Rogers and Jacob Rogers. Boat number 33, Bo Terrell and Matthew Daniel. Boat number 34, Tim Watson and Timothy Watson Jr. Boat number 35, Lee Boyd and John Sankbile. Boat number 36, Scott Crittenton and Matthew Crittenton. Boat number 37, going out solo today, Robert Croxton. Boat number 38, Rodney Grant and Charles Stevens. Remember, give us a shout or wave a hand. Let us know where you are, guys. Boat number 39, Josh Law and Josh Law and Chad Law. Boat number 40, a high school team sitting in 17th in the points. Connor Miller and Caleb Miller going to get after it today on Lake Eufaula. Had a great tournament down here last week, and the Angler of the Year, the Airport Marine High School Trail. Good job, guys. Boat number 41, Jeff Myers and John Melton. Boat number 42, Chad Schroeder and Chase Schroeder. God, I've been calling y'all's name forever. How did I mess that up? Boat number 43, Jason Tomlin and Justin Foster. Sitting up there in that AOY race. Boat number 44, Adam Waits and Turner Carlisle. Boat number 46, Ashley Brasher and Kyle Tignor. Boat number 46, Curtis Coleman and Kent McNaughton. Boat number 47, Garrett Gordy and Lisa Love. Boat number 48, Victor Harper and Blake Harper. Your current leaders in the Angler of the Year race, Anthony Goggins, fishing with an alternate today, Mr. Dustin Woods. Boat number 50, last boat in this flight, David Sims and Chris Masters. We'll let them get clear. Looking for John to give me the thumb, and there it is. Boat number 51, David Pear and David Noakes. Boat number 52, Brannon Rufo and Marshall Rufo. Boat number 53, Quilly Trott and Neil Davis. Boat number 54, James White and Eugene Davis. Boat number 55, Michael Adams and Raymond Adams. Boat number 56, David Crawford and Rob Sandlin. Boat number 57, David Ayers and Randall Barnard. Boat number 58, Derek Hutchins and Jay Hutchins. Boat number 59, Jamie Lewis and Charlie Thomas. Boat number 60, Wesley McKellar and Adam Currington. Boat number 61, J.D. Perez and Kevin Gibson. I don't even know what to say. Don't even know what to say. Boat number 62, Sammy Reynolds and James Ward. They're not here, but I'm going to go ahead and call their name because we miss them bad. Boat number 63, Mr. Terry Tucker and Jeremy Green. Boat number 64, Jason Wyndham and Kevin Peel. Boat number 65, Brent Britton and Dwayne Keel. Boat number 66, Daniel Carlisle and Jared Hubbard. Boat number 67, Jody Fitz and Michael George. Boat number 68, Jeffrey Haskins, Mike Chambers. Boat number 69, Robbie Lee and Thad Crawley. Boat number 70, Matt McKenzie and Brandon Black. Boat 71, Tim Peake and Byron Smith. Boat number 72, Gary Rogers and James DeRamus. And he told us little Dickie will not be here. Sad day. Boat number 73, Brian Stifler and Ben Black. Boat number 74, Larry Walters and Shane Patterson. Last boat in this flight, boat number 75, Greg Bearden and David Connor. Good. All right, boat number 76, David Cooper and Chris Strickland. Boat number 77, Marty Giddens and Kim Giddens. Remember, give us a wave, give us a shout, give us something, let us know where you are. Boat number 78, Shane Horton and Brandon Horton. Second in your Angler of the Year race and the reigning 2023 ABT South Division champs, Anglers of the Year, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, going out boat number 79. Boat number 80, Keith Mayfield and Daryl the Snowman Adams. I got you, Snowman. Woo! It's been a long time since I did this. It's kind of fun. Boat number 81, Harry Parkinson and Jason Turner. Boat number 82, Troy Richardson and Stephen Davis. Boat number 83, Terry Stevens and Gabe Aldridge. Boat number 84, Jonathan Weathers and Tim Partridge, sorry. Boat number 85, Austin Archer and Charles Estes, but I believe Mr. Estes is going out solo today. There he is. I see him over there. Got a great golf swing. Can he go out there and go fishing today? Boat number 86, Terry Coughlin and Ted Scoville. Boat number 87, Larry Franks and Larry Franks Sr. Boat number 88, Mitchell Hall and Ray Mitchell. Well, that'll mess you up. Boat number 89, Blake Jonesa and Lance Bearden. Boat number 90, Trinity Mealer and Max Haygood. Boat number 91, they won a ton of money in the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 91, Shane Powell and Tim Fox. Good luck, guys. Boat number 92, James Scott and Kenny Carroll. 93, David Sneed and Clint Carter. Boat number 94, John Thomas Wally and Justin Duke. Good luck, guys. Boat number 95, Joey Adderhold and Timothy Fat Daddy Hatcher. There he is. Go get him, son. Boat number 96, Mark Cameron and Brian Belcher. Boat number 97, John Frank and Mark Womack. The boat Daniel absolutely loves, the guys in the morning absolutely love, and I did have 2 donut holes, so I love them too. Boat number 98, Mike Hearn and Sugar Walker. Boat number 99, the Pride of Clanton, Brian Jones and Barry Jones. Boat number 100, Scott McDonald and Ty McDonald. Boat number 101, Justin Naley and Tommy Gunn. Boat number 102, they won a lot of money on the Alabama Bass Trail. They won here last year. Chris Rutland and Kobe Carden. Boat number 103, Kurt Thomas and Harold Wells. Boat number 104, Ken Walters, Jason Beasley, the Bushlight man himself. Good guy to know. Boat number 105, J.J. Atwell and Steve Foltz. Boat number 106, Corey Cole and Hayden Cole. Boat 107, Blake Davenport and Zach Lightsey. Boat 108, Cullen Green and Dayton Green. Boat 109, going out solo today, Mr. Chris Jackson. 110, Lucas Lindsay, Brandon Holt. Boat number 111, Waylon Mullis and Jeff Fansler. Boat 112, I think he's got a new boat. Should be having a new boat. Number 112, Russell Sapp and Logan Sims. Boat number 113, Scotty Taylor and Shane Barker. Boat 114, they've won here on Lake Eufaula 2 years ago. Boat 114, Trey Wade and Bradley Parnell, the pride of Camden, Alabama. Boat 115, Jeremy Smitherman and Timothy Hicks. Boat number 116, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey. 117, Larry Bullock and Dale Westmoreland. Boat 118, Steve Fincher and Austin Rich. Boat 119, where they at? 119, Patrick Graben and Lisa Evans. Boat 120, Clay Jens, Ty Solis. 121, Matt McClung and Brian Assay. Boat 122, Clint Nail and Kevin McCaleb. Boat 123, Eddie Rhodes and Dennis Butler. Boat 124, Dylan Singleton and Brett Williams. Last boat in this flight, boat number 125, Ty Story, fishing with his alternate today, David Story. All right, boat 126, Shane Wallace and Anthony Coley. Boat number 127, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. Boat 128, Michael Cox and Colt Boyette. 129, Trey Doust, Justin Doust. Former ABT champions, boat number 130, Matthew Hurst and Roy Hurst. Boat 131, Nathaniel Killow and Isaac Goggins. 132, Dustin McKinney and John Walker. Boat number 133, James Pitts and Jonathan Monkus. Boat 134, Mike Scroggins and Terry Crabb. Boat 135, going out solo today, I believe, Mr. Jody Beach. There he is. Boat number 136, Ricky Wagner and Jeff Adams. Your winners on Logan Martin Lake this year, boat number 137, Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. Boat number 138, Jeff Fulgham and Jacob Fulgham. Boat number 139, Zach Hester and Paul Hester. Boat 140, Chase Gregory and Copeland Rosser. Boat number 141, Mark Ammons and Terry Harris. Boat 142, Billy Lewis and Justin Kaiser. They are your Lake Martin winners early this year. Boat number 143, Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. Boat number 144, Lynn Pritchard fishing with an alternate. Usually his regular partner, but it's his alternate, Mr. Robbie Pritchard. Boat number 145, Jimmy Sims and Jared Sims. Boat number 146, Willie Thornton and Lewis Thornton. Good morning, guys. Boat number 147, Rodney Arwood and Taylor Ellington. Boat 148, Garrett Carter and Gene Carter. These guys are up there in that AOY race. Boat number 149, Eric Farnham and Cameron Gibbons. There they are. Good luck, guys. Boat number 150, they've had a heck of a year this year. Zach Harrison and Kristen Harrison. Sorry about that. Boat number 151. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the last boat in that flight. Boat 151, Shane Kennan and Tina Kennan. Go get them, guys. Boat number 152, they are up there. They're in the hunt for the Angler of the Year. 152, Tyler Malone and Cade Law. What a year those guys have had. Boat number 153, Luther Murphy and Jeremy Nobles. Boat 154, making his way down to the South Division, Tyler Smart and Andrew Maddox. These guys kicked it off in a big, big way, taking home over $25,000 at the first event. Boat number 155, Eric Summers and Robbie Pelt. Boat 156, Charles Bailey III and Keith Lashley. These guys got a win last year. Boat number 157, Lanier Burton and Kelly J. Boat number 158, Kevin Allman and Brandon Sutton. Boat 159, they fish everything Alabama Bass Trail, John Brown and Trey Sorrells. My paper's all getting all wet and nasty. Boat number 160, Ricky Dunn and Trent Davis. Boat number 161, Brett Harp and Brady Harp. Brady's filling in today. Boat number 162, Jeff Cannon and Marty Colley. 163, Andrew Hall and Michael Allen. Boat 164, John King and Chris Gregory. 165, Spencer Morris and James Morris. Boat number 166, Alex Pruitt and Calvin Reese. Those guys had a good year this year, too. I see you out there. You bumblebee colors. Red and black. I love it. All right. Boat number 167, Justin Mott and Randall Hamilton. Good morning, guys. I can always mess around with them. They're kind of fun. Good to see you that you woke up early this morning, Justin. Appreciate that. All right. Boat number 168, Aaron Smith and Scott Dupriest. 169, Jeff Ritchie, Matt Ritchie. 170, Jason Stevens and Jack White. 171, Michael Bryant and Mike Garrett. Boat number 172, Charlie Cummings and Sammy Bailey. Boat number 173, Hunter Davidson and Larry Davidson. Good morning, guys. Boat number 174, look out. They are in that top 9, fighting to stay there today. Boat number 174, Noah Godwin and Cole Godwin. 2 wins on the Alabama Bass Trail, looking into the year. Boat number 175, Dan Graham and Richard Chavez. 176, Brandon Jones and Jared Wilson. Boat number 177, Mark Ivy and James Foley. We did a feature story with these guys, and they're up there in that top 9 too, guys. Boat number 178, Jeff Jennings and Mitchell Jennings. Boat number 179, Tony Luke and Fred Dyer. Boat number 180, Matt Maddox and Bill Maddox. Boat number 181, I'm not sure they're here this week, but we'll go ahead and call them Dale Brown and Gunnar Brown. Boat number 182, a legend in the bass fishing world, Mr. Alan Yarbrough and Chance Perry. Good morning, guys. Boat number 183, Chad Ray and Todd Price. 184, Amanda Williams and Adam Bird, and they are going through on the right boat number. Atta baby, atta way. Boat number 185, Tim Taylor and Philip Morris. Hope you got that trolling motor cord fixed. Good. Don't be getting in that water no more. That's scary. Boat number 186, Eric Staggs and Tyler Caton. Boat number 187, Jason Sapp and Wally Bell. Boat 188, Stephen Navarre and Chris Hethcox. 189, Jackie Price and Daryl Witherspoon. Boat number 190, Riley McCullough and Philip McCullough. Boat number 191, where is he? Jeff Morgan and Tim Van Egman. It's probably the only time your name's been correct all year long, isn't it? I knew it. I got you, bro. I got you. All right. I got to switch my page here. Hold on. Boat number 192, Danny Kirk and Will Kirk. 193, Bryant Holcomb and Wade Hornsby. Boat 194, Daniel Fogel and Chris Pearson. Good luck, guys. Boat number 195, Joey Kaler and David Kaler. 196, Frank Bradfield and Tyler Morgan. Boat 197, Kyle Schuchard and Derek Benz. Boat 198, going out solo today, Mr. Thomas Eden. Go get him. Boat number 199, Tim Windsor and Mike Smith. Boat number 200, I want to see him. Boat number 200, Mike Autry and Mike Freeman. Boat number 201, whoops, I'm supposed to wait, wasn't I? Supposed to wait. 201, Britt Cottle and Nick Robinson. Boat number 202, Gentry Gordy and Hunter Farish. Boat number 203, Clay Harris and Joe Williams. Mr. I don't want a camera, Joe. Yep. All right. Number 204, the reigning angler of the year in the North Division, John Kellett and Zeke Gossett. Zeke winning everything this year. Boat number 205, Xavier McKinney and Lonnie Vincent. Boat number 206, Scott Parkinson and Brian Stewart. Boat 207, Douglas Shower and Joseph Shower. Boat number 208, Douglas Stevens and Jacob Wood. Boat number 209, Cody Williams and Jonathan Cone. Boat number 210, Justin Arwood and Jacob Adams. Boat number 211, Justin Coker and Evan Robbins. 212, Mike Freeman and Zach Freeman. 213, Chris Hutcherson and BJ Marvetts. Boat number 214, Mark LaPlante and Tim Knowles. 215, Leonard McGuire and Maurice Smith. Boat number 216, James Perkins and Melody Perkins. There they are. Boat number 217, Dean Robinson and Joel Hughes. Boat number 218, Nicholas Turner and Joe Lay. Boat 219, David White and Hannah Peebles. Boat 220, I wish I was at the beach, but boat number 220, Charles Beach and Chuck Beach Jr. Hey, this team right here started off on fire. Boat 221, Colby Croson and Cade Croson. Boat 222, Jacob George and Ryan Sweeney. Boat 223, Daryl Eichner and Tammy Eichner. Boat 224, Gage King and Wes King. Boat number 225, fishing with an alternate today, Carlton Alford and Mr. Ronnie Ray. I see him. That's it. Boat number 225. There's Mr. and Miss Eichner. There's Carlton. There's Ronnie Ray. Fifth stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division on Ronnie Ray's home lake, Lake Eufaula, Alabama. Going to be a great time. Over $64,000 will be paid out today. Here, over $15,000 on first place. Guys, it's going to be a fun time out here on Lake Eufaula. It's going to heat up rather quickly. But I believe we have guys up and already on teams out on the water. So we're going to get ready to get back out on the water. Thank you to the Eufaula Barber County Chamber of Commerce, to the Lake Point State Park, to the entire state park system for having us as your guests this week. Now let's get on the water and find out what's going on and who's catching.
And just like that, we are right at some fishing action here. You know, Miss Kay was calling boat numbers all morning, and we appreciate her getting out on the boat this morning, calling numbers for us so that we can get out here a little early. And we stopped on your current and reigning AOY champions from last year in the South Division, Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. And just like that, perfect timing, Rob throws a fish in the boat. Caught one at least, measured a little bit short, and they're fishing a brim bed this morning. Really went to work early. They were boat number 79. I think we were fishing when we probably called boat 83. We turned right around from takeoff, went back here, just back towards the big ramp, and they're fishing a brim bed right here. We got a couple other guys. I can see about 7, 8 other guys fishing around us. They stopped here real quick, had to idle around a little bit, relocate the brim bed that they had found in practice, and they are quickly went to work. Here comes another one now. So here comes fish number 2, it looks like. Steve fishing out of the back of the boat there. Rob coming up as the net man. Maybe this one's a little bigger. Oh, and a good haul. That was a keeper there. That's a tough break there. But it does show that we've got some fish in the area. What they're fishing is the brim are in here bedding up. Real shallow area. Lots of little just brimble bed, a bunch of brimble bed in one little area, and they'll just look like little potholes all in the area, and bass will get in there and start feeding on them early in the morning. And this is a spot where you can pull in and quickly catch 5 fish that you may need to call out later in the day, but it'll get you a good start. Chances are you could catch a 5-pounder in this kind of area as well. So they're quickly went to work. You actually got to watch them fishing while Miss Kay was still calling boat numbers. And I know Darren and Luke are on the water as well and chasing our AOI leaders. I know both of those teams are going to make a long run this morning, so it worked out that Rob and Steve are fishing close, so we were able to get on live pretty quick. Got three teams live coverage on the water today. We're going to get on as many teams as we can. 225 boats signed up for this event. We'll see how many teams actually showed up as we get to the end of the season. Teams that are just not interested in the points race. Maybe this wasn't their home lake or the one they really signed up for. Sometimes guys just choose not to show up, especially when it's going to be 97 degrees today. Make a nice long cast. Lake Eufaula is known as the big bass capital of the world. Lots of big fish caught here year after year. We should see some good weights today. Should take over 20 pounds to win today. Rob and Steve did win the AOI last year with 1,017 points, 2 points ahead of Chris Rutland and Kobe Carden. It's kind of a big deal when you can lead your division. Oh, nice hook set there. These are the best of the best teams in team fishing, in my opinion. Teams from all over the country come to fish the Alabama Bass Trail. When you can lead your division, you've done a really good thing. You can't just win one tournament to lead the division. You got to be consistent all year long. And teams that are consistent all year long are teams like Rob and Steve, who are always up there at the top of the leaderboard tournament after tournament. See Rob pointing to where the little fish activity is up a little bit closer to the bank. Oh, another fish on. Must have been little. Summer has arrived to South Alabama. It has been a hot week this week. It's going to be air temperature up in the upper 90s today. Okay, really have had a mild spring and early summer. This is really our first or second week of hot temperatures. It's going to pull some of those fish out deep today. We will see some teams out fishing brush piles. This lake's full of brush piles. A lot of guys really work hard, go out and set up new brush piles for themselves every year to fish all year long. And the key to fishing those brush piles is to find some of those newer piles that have some fish holding on them. And then we're going to need some current. Guys reporting in practice that there wasn't a whole lot of current moving. Teams with those later boat draws today, the teams in the hundreds and 200s, will have a little bit of advantage because typically they kind of pull current here later in the day. So if you've got one of those later boat draws today, you get on those brush piles and able to use those brush piles to your advantage to work that current and make those fish bite. Really won't bite sometimes until the current starts to flow. So there may be some guys out there right now that can get around them and maybe catch some fish early, but it'll kind of die down. So a lot of teams are going to be bouncing around, live scoping today, pull up on a brush pile, look and see how many fish are there and try to pick off a couple of them and then pull up and move somewhere else. So we'll have a lot of teams running and gunning all day long today. A little different than the pattern we've got right now where we're kind of in the back of a pocket and up shallow and chasing fish up and around brim beds. You can see Rob or Steve pointing at the back of the boat there, kind of constantly looking for the activity of where these fish are kind of chasing the brim. Kind of want to be in there around them as they chase the brim. Did take them a second this morning to kind of relocate the spot. We kind of gave them an area and backed away, and they got back up on the big motor and had to regraph and reset up. They don't want to just be randomly fishing back in here. They really want to be on the key spots. So they got back on the graph and scanned the area again and found those brim beds, and then they started catching them after that. Got a few more teams around us doing some of the same thing. Sun's starting to come up in the sky a little bit. fish. This will be a little bit better. It stays hooked. All right, that's a keeper there. First fish in the boat now. It's gonna measure it. Looks good from here. Not good. Man. Really short, I guess. That's 3 fish, really 4 for good hook sets. Still with no keepers in the boat at this point. If you're tuning in this morning, this is the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, stop number 5, Lake Eufaula. Fishing for money today, but also fishing trying to make that Bassmaster Team Championship. The top 9 will go in this division to the Bassmaster Team Championship. Top 75 will go to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship. So points are on the line today, of course. Money's on the line in just this one event, but a lot of guys here are fishing for a lot of different things today. Well, Darian, finally glad to hear you caught up with another team. It's been a little lonely this morning.
Man.
We've made a cut right around the corner right there and went to fishing, and you guys are still running. So how far did you have to run this morning?
Well, did y'all get to catching? I haven't caught anything. Did y'all get to catching?
Well, we got 4 catches, or 4 solid hook sets, 3
wow.
fish in the boat, all short so far.
Okay. Well, we
So,
immediately pulled up and first cast. Yeah, first cast. I couldn't tell who it was. We've got the sun kind of in our eyes right now. But first cast, they lost one, probably 3.5 pounds. And then the next cast, they caught one about 3.5 pounds. So very quick start. And we're fishing offshore. We're down on the lower end of the lake. And obviously these guys are guys we talk about a lot, especially on this lake. If you hear of Lake Eufaula, you hear of Shane Powell and Tim Fox, and good dudes. Oh, hook set in the back. Swing and a miss, or a little one? Oh, swing and a miss. If you hear of Lake Eufaula, you hear these guys. They win tournaments all year long, and definitely in the everyone's probably picks. Even the competitors probably know these guys are a good shot to win the tournament. And to pull up and have the first 2 fish be really good ones, I imagine. Which the 3.5 pounders for them is probably terrible. They put those on the little fish side. Well, it sounds like my colleague, great friend sometimes he's an enemy, a good enemy. Luke Duncan, it sounds like he's on the board. Luke?
Darian, we just caught up with Anthony Goggins and his alternate, Dustin Wood. Angler of the Year leader, Anthony Goggins, CJ Knight, is out this week. He has had a family wedding, and we just pulled up on these guys after they ran a long ways, and they've already netted one as soon as we pulled up. So awesome to see. A lot on the line today for all these teams.
Luke, was that you that
Boat
passed us hollering and
49.
waving?
Boat 49. Angler of the Year leaders. Yeah, I passed you hollering, Darian. We're getting to follow these hammers today.
Yeah. So were y'all on? Y'all were on our trail then the whole way down here? Because y'all just barely passed us.
Swing
As soon
and
as we
miss
sat down.
from Goggins. Yeah, I saw you on the tracker. We were basically running side by side. And the interesting thing, Darian, is Dustin, who's an alternate today with Anthony, fished and won a big team tournament with Shane Powell last weekend with over 25 pounds. And today they're competing against each other. So it'll be interesting to see. I know they're friends and how they're going to split things up, you know, because they obviously both know where 25 pounds came from last week.
Oh, Luke, we're making a run. I'm gonna pause you, and you can take it over. We're making a run.
All right.
They dropped everything in an instant, and we're rolling.
I think we're going to see a lot of that today, I believe. A lot of running and gunning, especially from our locals. Timing will be key to getting it done today on Eufaula. Right place at the right time, for sure. They're fish on a lot of these places, but it's pulling up when they fire.
I hate doing that.
What was it?
I hate throwing nothing back. Think she's gonna die.
They had one bleeding a little bit, so fish care of the utmost importance, so they went ahead and threw it back, made a decision to cull it and not put it in the box, which is not easy to do. That's not an easy decision when you're leading AOY.
No.
How many do y'all have?
2 now.
2 fish in the box so far.
That was a good one.
And that was a big one.
Got in the gills, though, it was too risky.
So they said it was hooked in the gill area, so they just went ahead and released it instead of riding it around. It's a 1 pound penalty. We take fish care serious on Alabama Bass Trail, 1 pound penalty, and you cannot cull a fish. So once it passes on, so you've got to make that decision, and we see teams do that a lot, but it's rare that they do it with a 3+ pounder. That was a good fish. Goggins and Wood. Goggins and CJ Knight have had just an incredible season out here. They caught them everywhere we've been all year long. Been a lot of fun to watch. Always a lot of energy and give us good stuff. Goggins hooked up. Small fish for Goggins. Welcome back, Darian. You sounded like you must not have gone far.
No, we didn't go but literally 50 yards, but they just ran it though instead of trying to troll. I imagine it's gonna be a lot of this all day. So they had 2 bites, caught or landed one of them. Another one came off. They were both about 3.5 pounds in what it looked like to me. But I mean, they probably had 7 or 8 casts where they didn't get a bite, and it was on to the next one. So I imagine this is gonna be. I'm keeping my life jacket on, even for the standing part, because I
that's
imagine
gonna
we're
be our
sitting
day.
out and standing up a bunch today.
No doubt about it. We're going to be seeing a lot of that today. Did you hear, you were probably running, but we just had a situation where Dustin Wood, he caught a 3+ pounder, but they hooked it in the gills. It got a crankbait, kind of hooked it funky, and they made the decision to throw it back. And when you dial when you're doing that, I feel like.
Yeah.
Especially when you're leaving
but
the year.
like you said,
Goggins.
though, you weigh in a dead fish, it's going to cost you big time, and a big bass like that, you want to see it splash at weigh-ins, you want to see it flopping around, and
oh, lost it. Didn't look very big. Wood's hooked up. He's throwing a plug in the front, and then Goggins is dragging in the back. We're cranking Darian, some of those ABT series, the 16s and the 20s are gonna, oh, fish came off. Heck of a net job right there.
Ooh, net broke. I went to lift up, the handle broke.
Oh man, the net broke. That was something right there. Holy cow.
It broke.
Unreal. The net broke. Fish came off, jumped, comes off the crankbait in the air. Anthony still catches it somehow. Unreal. It'll be fish number 3 for these guys.
That thing.
Unreal.
Luke, in order for a net to break, that would mean that you have to have multiple times put heavy fish in it that would,
Yeah.
damage
Yes.
the integrity of
Yes.
that net. And I never had that problem growing up. My nets always were
You've
pretty
never
good,
broken
pretty good
net.
shape, to be honest with you. No, my nets were always
You still
stayed in
got the
pretty
first
good
net
shape.
you ever owned.
Yeah,
I guarantee
still
it.
got the sticker on it.
I think we're going to take a look back right now at that last catch. You see him hook up on that crankbait, and the fish comes to the boat pretty quick. Goggins there with the net. It's right about this time that the fish decides to go high flying. You can see it did its best SeaWorld impression right there and slung the crankbait. Goggins catches it in the net, but the net broke. Not sure what they're going to do with that the rest of the day, but I'm sure they will figure it out. Third fish for Goggins and Wood there. Again, Anthony Goggins, CJ Knight, your Angler of the Year leaders coming in this final event. CJ had a wedding, family wedding he was in, and you are allowed one alternate during the season, and so Anthony fishing with Dustin Wood today.
These guys got hung up in the brush pile and broke off, so I imagine we're going to make a little run here, but they have not indicated such, but I bet they don't keep fishing it.
We got both of these guys cranking now. Anthony has been dragging a little bit. You know, Darren, we get to know these guys. We cover them every event. And Anthony's a dragger. He will drag something around now.
Yeah.
Watch him a good bit out here.
Old
Wood
school
hooked up-
dragger.
Hooked up again.
All right, Luke, you got her again. We're about to run.
All right, well, Wood's got it again. He's hooked up. Goggins there with the net. Here we go. Fish hasn't shown itself yet. Uh-oh. Looks like a good one here. There we go. Meat in the boat. There we go. We're trying to stay back from these guys and give them their space, but even from where we're at, you could see that was the one you want right there. They'll probably not going to cull that one at any point today. There we go. Big Lake Eufaula. That's what Eufaula is, the big bass capital of the world for a reason right there. That one on that big crankbait. No surprise to see these guys fishing offshore. There'll be a lot of that today, as we've seen the first few teams we've covered here this morning. Saw a lot of it as we were running down the lake. Not many choosing to fish shallow. With that air temp getting up in the 90s, that water temperature's in the 80s. It's bassing. Take a look back at that last big one. Dustin Wood bringing the wood to him this morning. Cranking that big plug. See if fish just load up on that rod. And it really, swimming right towards the boat. You couldn't tell how big it was at first. And once it saw that boat, it was game on. Fish decided to change directions right there at the boat, keeping his rod low, hoping to keep that fish in there. Goggins scoops it up. Celebration. Back live now, and you can see the excitement in that boat. When you're leading angler of the year and you're fishing for $15,000 plus contingency bonuses, it's a lot to get excited for out here on a hot day. We had 225 teams sign up last August. 450 anglers hoping to be in the position that Anthony Goggins and CJ Knight have put themselves in here at Eufaula. Top 40 teams will go to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship later this year. Top 9 going to go to the Bassmaster. Anthony Goggins interrupts. He interrupts all my shameless plugs. How dare he? With a hopefully big old bass. He's getting down and kind of kneeling and reeling right here. What do we have? Here we go. I'm as nervous as if I'm holding the net. Taking his time with this one. Another Eufaula good one. Will go a long ways right there, Anthony Goggins. Great. Great start. I believe this will be number 5, if my county school math is correct. Right here. They actually, yep, they are calling, so that was number 6. Anthony might not have told us the truth when we pulled up. I'm gonna try to change angles here. We got the sun is kind of, Jared, I'm gonna switch us around here. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get out of their way. You and I'll switch up here. Get a better angle on these guys because they're putting on a show for us this morning on Lake Eufaula. That is for sure. You see the importance of using that cranking rod that's not too stiff, that loads up. That way when those fish surge on those treble hooks at the boat, it's so important. Both these guys throwing those big plugs. We said it earlier this week on the podcast, we thought a Rapala DT20, DT16 type bait would play this week. And I'll even give Darian credit. I think he was the one that said it first. So. Hooked up. Goggins hooked up. Neely gets that rod down low, trying to keep that fish from jumping. lost it. It's real important on these offshore places to make the right cast, the right angle, and you can see right now they're readjusting. Kind of get on that perfect line. I thought where they were sitting was the perfect line, though, I'll be honest. We're catching them like they were.
Well, I think you did good.
I think, you know, I think.
Backside, the sun's killing the camera.
There. Still. Now they're moving a little more than changing casting angles here. Big move. Of course, with live scope and all the available electronics we have these days, you can see when they move around a little bit. I believe we got Darian joining us again.
We made a
Shane Powell,
little
10
1 mile
miles.
run, Luke.
A little hopscotch.
Little hopscotch. Little boot scooting boogie. Jason, welcome to the party,
Goggins
sir.
hooked up right now. Jason, welcome back to the party. It is indeed a party this morning. Came off again, lost him. It's the second one for Goggins that he's lost in the last few minutes. Jason, who are you with?
It's between
Hooked
takeoff
up
and the
again.
river, just a heads up. I know y'all made a long run.
Hooked up. Goggins he's down, playing this one low. We'll see. Taking it around the trolling motor. This must be a big one. In the net. Good. On the other side of this pole. Channel marker. We'll see if this one's a coal. Goggins and wood.
Boat 79, Rod Lee and Steve Winslet. Currently sitting second in the AOL.
That one didn't help. Guys, this is what we wanted to see at Lake Eufaula right here, a cranking clinic. This is what's supposed to happen down here. is for sure.
We're making another run. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Darian is chasing Shane Powell, Tim Fox as fast as he can, running and gunning. Jason and I are covering the #1 team in the AOY race and the #2 team. Jason, how many do Rob and Steve have so far?
You know, they pulled into an area this morning while you guys were still running. They were boat number 79, and they, we were probably fishing when Miss K called boat 83. I mean, we just made a little loop right back into where the big ramp is. They were fishing a brim bed area there, and they set the hook on 4 fish. They brought 2 of them in the boat, and 1 of them they lost right at the boat. Those 2 were short. You know, today we got to have a 14-inch largemouth and a 14-inch spotted bass. So it's going to take a pretty good sized fish here to measure, but those are all going to be solid fish when they do. So we got no fish in the box right now. We probably lost a keeper. I would say that's probably what the fish we lost was a keeper, but they graphed around on that brim bed a little more. We stopped on another spot just right where we blasted off this morning. They scanned around in there for a minute, looking for another brim bed. And we probably, while you were catching the fish a minute ago, we probably passed 30 or 40 boats between takeoff and the main lake out here where we are now. So there are a ton of guys just fishing right in there where you zigzag through the pylons right there. There's a lot of guys in there fishing, and we've kind of pulled out away from them. Rob and Steve are kind of fishing just a big pocket right here. Rob's chunking the crankbait. Steve is, I don't really know what he is throwing. It's kind of small, maybe a soft plastic. He's popping in a little bit. I think we're still fishing, you know, relatively shallow. But we've been kind of slow, truthfully. A lot of guys in the area, though. Miss K just
That
sent
area
a text and
seems
said
like
they
it's
were,
always popular.
Yeah, oh, it is. Miss K sent us a text, said there were only 19 no-shows today, so 204 boats on the water today. It's gonna be a stiff competition, I think. Are you guys main lake? Where are y'all? Lukester.
We are main lake down by on the lower end of the lake, but these guys are fixing to make a move, Jason. Sorry, I was listening.
Okay, well, you know,
See if they were going to give me anything there.
We can hang out
where
here.
they were headed, but
oh, you know what? I bet
they're
Darren
gonna
will be
roll
back by the
on
time you get taken off. Darren, y'all hopping brush piles back and forth, back and forth. Is that what you think we're doing?
Yep, we're hopping brush piles and just other schools too. So the last 2 spots they've hit are just deep schools, not necessarily brush piles. The first 2 spots they were brush pile fishing, so just combination of deep fishing, little crankbaiting, little dragging, and a lot of sunlight.
Yeah, it's coming. How many fish you got in the boat, Darian?
I believe one fish in the boat, I think it was probably 3.5 pounds or so. They also lost one that big. And that's been the only 2 hook sets. They've had a little bit of, they hung up in one brush pile and then broke off on a spot too. So when that happens, they just leave. They don't keep fishing through it.
Yeah, because that fish goes down there and tells everybody, turn off the bite, right?
That's right. It tells
Danger zone,
all
danger
friends.
zone.
Danger, don't touch the butt. We'll find a Nemo quote there for y'all.
Yeah.
Jason, we haven't heard from Miss Kay this morning, and we were given very specific instruction that if she was going to call boat numbers, that we would have to lead the show or take over the show because she had to go get her hair fixed, and she was not going to be back out here before her hair got done. She would not be caught on camera. So,
Darian, you were just
Yeah, we're
asking
moving,
for
Jason.
it today. Well, now you leave
I think she's
me
probably
on
still running
camera.
her hair. Oh boy. Oh boy.
After that comment, Darian just leaves me on the camera to clean up the mess. He just drops a bomb and walks away, Miss Kay.
I tell you what, you
Miss
are
Kay, you
covering
here?
a team that has had major success in the Alabama Bass Trail. Reigning Anglers of the Year. They just missed it the year before. You know, really hard to go back to back, but these guys have put themselves in a position only 5 points out.
You know, and watching these guys, there are a lot of teams that you would say are you know, just flashy, or you know, they're just real active. You know when you pull up on them, you know you're going to be a lot of conversations and just a lot of cutting up. But these guys have got their heads down. They've always just been the team to me that's just been really consistent. They stick to their game. They don't talk about their game a lot. They really just work hard. Interviewed them a bunch of times, and you know they're really consistent. They tell you what they did. They talk about it a little bit, but you know when they get out here and get to work, just not a whole lot of a showman, you know, just show off, I guess I would say. You know, these guys really work hard. We watched them kind of break down that brim bed area first thing this morning while you were still calling boat numbers. They felt like they weren't set up on it right. They jumped back on the big motor and rescanned the area and found it again, and went to catching them right after that. We stopped on 2 other spots on the way to where we are now. They went to work real quick, scanned those areas, didn't see what they were looking for, and I kind of came back out here and you know got to work again. So they're really working hard. They've got their head down. You know they're not far out of this thing, and they know it, and they're fishing that way too.
It is. Jason, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but before we do, we're going to show you exactly what Lake Eufaula is known for. Anthony Goggins, Dustin Woods putting on a clinic right now, catching big bass out of Lake Eufaula. You know, just over 40,000 acres of big bass capital down here at Lake Eufaula. We'll see you back in just a moment. Have a great day.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you? Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Working a minute, okay?
We're gonna have what he's had.
Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Hey, Mama.
Hey, baby, how you doing today?
We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, grilled fresh with a bold blend of spices, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. These make Mama proud, so bring your family
So good.
to meet our family. Blackened, cheesy bacon, or classic. Try your favorite chicken sandwich today. I'm Mary Bonner, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, the fifth and final stop, Lake Eufaula in Eufaula, Alabama, and you're looking at Lake Point State Park, one of the crowning jewels in the state park system. Current temperature 76 degrees, water temp is just over 85 degrees, and it is going to heat up rather fast today. The high today is 96. Very little wind out there today, so the guys it's going to be a very grueling day, not only for fish catching, but just being able to stay in the conditions. It heated up really quick. Hard to believe we started off the season at 14 degrees and finishing up near the 100 degree mark. A lot of fishing going on in the state of Alabama. I know the Bassmaster Elite Series is up on Wheeler Lake, my home lake, but we are down here in South Alabama on Lake Eufaula, one of the big bass capitals of the world, crowned itself as the bass capital of the world. We've got Darian, Jason, and Luke out on the water. We've been following the Angler of the Year leaders, Anthony Goggins, and the team of CJ Knight. CJ's in a wedding today, could not be here. Dustin Woods is filling in as an alternate, and they've been putting on a clinic. They have 5 fish in the boat. We don't really have a weight yet. Hopefully Luke can get closer to him and ask him that. Darian is chasing Shane Powell. Tim Fox have back-to-back wins here on the Alabama Bass Trail in 20 and 21, both of those summertime tournaments. Funny story, Shane Powell, Dustin Wood won a team event here last week with over 25 pounds. So they're having to share the juice today. So going to be interesting to watch that. And we've seen Steve Winslet and Rob Lee, your second place Angler of the Year and your reigning Angler of the Year points leader. So we're going to stay on these guys for a little bit, let you see what Lake Eufaula is pumping out. And then we'll be back on a few more teams. So we're going to go ahead and get back out on the water to Jason and Darian and see what's going on. Darian, I'm going to go ahead and let you talk about who you're following and what they have in the boat.
Yeah, we're still following Shane and Tim around, and we're going to follow these guys for, I'd say, a little while longer before we let them do their thing. But it's interesting to follow the guys, like you said, who've had so much success here in the past, back-to-back wins, and in the ABT, and then, since the last win they had in 2021, they've won a lot of other tournaments here. So this is when they usually do best is in these summertime tournaments, offshore fishing, and this is their 5th spot this morning, and we have followed them for all of them. So mixing it up. They're doing a little dragging and a little cranking. Depends on what kind of stuff they're fishing. Obviously it's a brush pile. They're not cranking through it, but you can tell they know what they're doing. They're not wasting any time. They're pulling up right on the cast, and they're not spending a ton of time on the trolling motor, idling up to a spot. They're putting as soon as they turn the big motor off, they're on the spot and start fishing. So you got to be really efficient, especially if you're wanting to hit this many spots in a day. It takes a lot of energy. You can see they keep strapping rods and running, and that'll wear on you by the end of the day, but they definitely know what lives out here better than anybody, or as good as anybody, and know what it takes to win.
Oh, damn, we have had 3 swing and misses over here. These guys are just on the edge, I feel like, of catching some. Really. You know, the pressure's on this morning for these guys. Second place, you gotta make a move today to get in first place. It's your last chance to go back to back in the AOY race. Trying to stay back from these guys. I know we've got a long camera shot to get to them, but I'm trying to give them all the room they need. Really high stick in that bait. Working it all the way back to the boat.
I'm going to start with Luke. Luke, you are on a team that has 5 fish in the boat. To my knowledge, the only team right now that has 5 fish in the boat. Can you estimate a weight for us on what they might have?
I'm gonna say it's over 15 pounds, conservatively. We saw them catch 2 really nice fish. One's definitely over 5 pounds. We didn't see their first 2 fish, but I also watched them cull a fish that they hooked in the gill on a crankbait that was 3 plus. So I feel like the first 2 are probably pretty good ones as well. So I'd say 15 plus pounds for sure. And they've ran to another little offshore spot. We're just kind of staying back and watching them right here.
Darian, we talked this week on the podcast about being on the water, getting to cover teams that you've heard about, you've read about, you've seen on different things. Shane Powell, Tim Fox, legendary fisherman on this body of water. Shane went to the Bassmaster Classic for winning a tournament on this water. Talk about the experience of getting to follow him today and seeing just how dialed they are and how, you know, they're so focused on what they're doing today.
Extremely laser focused for sure, and I think just as far as being a fan of fishing, watching what they're doing, a lot of it is what you would expect. But I will say that there's a couple of things that they're doing that I definitely am not going to talk about that are extremely different than I've ever seen done. And we talked about that too on the podcast. It's like some of these guys have little things that they do that are just different, and that's what makes them so much better on the lake. And even if it's something so subtle and so small, it obviously makes a huge difference because they've done this little thing on every single spot they pulled up on. And I've never seen it done on any Bassmaster or anything. I've never seen what they're doing done. So they're fishing normal baits, the stuff that you can buy on the shelf, but they're doing a little bit different things with them. So very cool to see, for sure.
Jason, you're with a team that's got a lot of history on the Alabama Bass Trail. They've won a lot of events. They've won Angler of the Year. They've come up short. Lake Eufaula has been their nemesis. I don't think they have a better than 54th place finish at this lake. How do you think they're responding with what's going on with them today, having those many swing and misses?
I think the pressure is on them today. They've only got 5 points to make up. So they only got to beat CJ and Anthony, the team of CJ and Anthony, by 5 points. But with no fish in the box currently, they're way, way, way behind. And I mean, of course, they've got a long time to fish. They're both 79. But with those 4 fish this morning, now a couple of them were short. I felt like one of them could have been a keeper. You can tell they did a lot of practice based on the way that they just rolled up on spots and graphed them really quick and left. Or they graphed around and fished for a minute. I think they put in their homework here. You're right, they don't really typically do great here, but I think they know what they've got to do to win. But the question really becomes, can the fish come to them at the right time? It's going to get hot quick. This morning bite needed to produce, and at this point it's really not producing very well. So I think they're feeling the weight of the 5 points kind of weighing on them pretty heavy right now.
Yeah, I see that Darian's group is getting ready to move again, and that's been the topic of conversation all week long, is how many spots would you have to hit. In this tournament, we've heard of people having to hit 80 to 90 spots to get the fish that they're going to bring in. So we're going to let Darian get out and kind of chase his group, sit back and watch you guys fish. Hopefully we'll get to see some more fish catches soon.
Rob just said about like watching paint dry.
This is brutal for us to fish slow.
Is the game plan today to stick shallow for a long time, or what?
We're going to be bouncing back and forth all day. Mostly deep. I think it'll be one out deep.
How many spots you hit in practice?
Not a whole lot. We ain't found a whole lot of schools. Been here since Tuesday though. We've hit about every spot on the left.
So you've been to every spot. Like we said,
Man,
those
Jason,
guys
they've
have
been
put
busy,
in their
sounds
homework.
like.
Said they've been here. They've been here since Tuesday. So, like I was saying earlier, I figured they had put in their homework. You could tell just by the way they pulled up on spots and pointed at each other. And don't be fooled. These guys can get it done.
Jason, Goggins, and Wood are going to hit the road, and we are too.
All right, well, we're going to hang right here for just a second. Try to slide up and talk to him for just a second. So I'm not coming over here to put more pressure on you. I'm just coming over to hear what's going through your head. 5 points out of the AOI. You were AOI last year. Going back-to-back's a pretty big deal. What's going through your head right now?
Well, we're going to let it fall out where it may. I mean, we've practiced hard. We've had not a great practice. We're just going to fish hard. And if it's meant to be, it ain't. I mean, we still had a successful year. And, you know, so we're going to hold our heads up no matter what.
Well, you guys are one of the most consistent teams on the Alabama Bass Trail, so, you know, we haven't lost faith in you for sure.
It's tough to stay there, I promise.
It is.
You got to put your time in. But we got some tricks up our sleeve. We got a few places, and we're just letting fish set up. We got some shallow docks and some shallow cypress trees we're going to hit, and we got some deep stuff too. So we thought we could couple of boats on same, which everybody's fishing the same stuff out there, but the plan was to try to get us.
In other words, I need my little boy Bentley and my wife to say a prayer.
But we're going to be good. We're going to get them.
Yeah, we have no doubt that you guys are going to catch them today. It's just going to be a matter of time for sure. Thank y'all for letting us travel with you this morning. We're going to sit back and watch a little more. I just wanted to hear what was going through your head. Everybody at home was wanting to know.
I really thought we could have caught a limit right here pretty quick.
Darren, as you hear those guys talk, they're working hard. They put in a lot of homework to this week, and you know, only sitting 5 points out of the lead. They got a fish on right now. So important to put everyone in the box. We try to bring a little luck every now and then too, you know. That's what we want to see right there.
Broke a good one off right there on the hoop set. He was up there in some rock.
Just broke one off too. I think they can catch a limit right here. Darren, if you're with us, we just got the first one in the box.
Perfect. Well, I do hear you, but now we're rolling, so.
So that's kind of the difference of this game today. We've got two teams, of the three of us, two teams are running and gunning. And Rob and Steve camped out a little bit this morning, stopped on 2 spots and graphed around for a little bit, and now have camped out again. They did say that, you know, they felt like they've hit every spot on the lake, but they didn't really have a great practice. And they're really trying to put something together now. So they got a few spots they said that got a tricks up their sleeve to be able to catch some fish. And I feel like they can catch a limit here. Of course, they just put the first one in the box. Steve said that he just broke one off right up on the rocks. So you see teams fishing different today. All trying to fish to win and do it their way. It's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out this afternoon. This lake is full of brush piles, full of structure. And if you get in the right rotation where you're moving around on those brush piles and you're the first one to show up on it, or you're showing up at the right time when the fish are really active, that can play into your game, and you can really do really well doing that. But if you get in the wrong rotation on those brush piles and you're showing up right behind somebody that just caught 2 off of it, and you're constantly doing that all day, you won't see any fish catches come your way. So it's kind of hard to get in that rotation and know what's going on. And Rob and Steve are just kind of trying to stay away from that right now and just fish their own game. Steve trying to retie here after he broke off. He got up closer to him. It looked like he was throwing a Carolina rig. Don't know what the bait is on it, but definitely throwing a Carolina rig. Darian, I think you've made another run and gun. Where are you now?
Well, we talked about it a little bit today, but we are bouncing around this team. I mean, I would love to know how many waypoints they've got on this lake. I imagine it's got to be in the 1,000. It's got to be over 1,000, I would imagine. But fishing a lot of different spots, and even the spots that, in between, whether it's a brush pile or a ledge or, just a school on a point or something, they've stopped and graphed many other places too that they don't fish. And that just shows you, when you're running from spot to spot and you drive over something that historically has had fish on it, it is important to graph. Even if the fish weren't there in practice, while you're here, go ahead and stop and graph it and look, just because the fish move. And, you'll never know when a school could pull up on a spot that they weren't on even yesterday or even the same day. So they're definitely doing that and just bouncing between different spots and doing it a bunch, not spending a lot of time on each spot. And it's interesting also, one thing I've been thinking of this whole morning is how much different this is than Tennessee River ledge fishing. It is totally, totally different. The next tournament we have in the north is on Gunnersville. And when you get to go to a spot on Gunnersville, obviously the early boat numbers are going to be a really big deal because you're looking for, you know, there might only be 6 or 7 or 8 good schools out deep on Guntersville, and you have to get on them and basically stay on them all day. And these are so much different. You know, ledge schools at Guntersville, you'll stay there the entire day, and at some point in time, whenever they turn the water on or feeding windows or whatever, you just want to be on that school. Lake Eufaula is definitely a lot different than that, where, you know, if the fish aren't there, they're not biting, you just move on to the next spot. And it's a lot more running and gunning. If you tried to do this on Guntersville, you know, you would probably not be able to get on any spots throughout the day just because there's boats everywhere. And a lot of guys find those big ledge, like Tennessee River schools. So if you tried to bounce around like these guys are doing, you would have a tough time even getting on anything because you're going to pull up and somebody's already there. For the viewers, sorry, we're kind of at the mercy of the sun today, so I know y'all have been seeing some blown out camera footage. We've got pretty hard angles we've been having to deal with, but we're trying our best to stay out of these guys' way, and I think we're doing a decent job. We've tried our best, but LD, welcome back.
Yes, sir, we are back, and we have caught up with one of our favorite teams this year that we're getting to know, the high school team. Caleb and Connor Miller, 2 brothers out here, and they are 17th right now in that Angler of the Year race, which is very impressive for their first year here in the Alabama Bass Trail. These young men, we have been blown away by them all year, of their stage presence and how cool and calm they are on the water, and had some great finishes. But they're hopscotching around, and Darian, I know you were surprised to hear this, but they're live scoping brush piles.
I was figuring that. I figured this after we had the Jordan tournament this year, they caught them really good live scoping, and I figured that those boys were going to catch them. I was like, they're going to do good at Eufaula, I can guarantee you.
No doubt. They're running and gunning a little bit. We've had trouble catching up with them, but we finally cornered them.
Well, how many fish do they have?
We have not got to ask that yet. We're just easing in on them. Geez, Darian, let me do my job. Don't you boss me. You're not the boss of me. Only Kay can boss me.
I wish we were on a 3-box right now and she could command you to ask them how much they've got.
No, actually, we pulled in to cover them, hooked up on the spinning pole. Getting the net out.
These kids have had a phenomenal year on the Alabama Bass Trail. Luke, AKA, this would be a great time to ask them how many they have in the boat.
It would. Thank you, Kay. You can be the boss of me.
Thank you, Kay.
We'll see how this goes.
Thank you, Kay. Luke, those kids,
I didn't want to interrupt the nice, quiet morning.
I was so impressed with them.
Let's see, I'm trying to see, I think they're looking for their measure. We might have to measure this one. See what happens here. I'm gonna wait till he comes back here to the live well, then I'll get the information needed. Also, I've almost got attacked by something, a flying insect of some kind, Darian. I know you're probably concerned for my safety. So, looks like we're gonna put it in the box right here. Guys, how many is that for you?
4.
4 fish? What kind of weight do you think you got?
Not much right now.
Not much right now. So 25 pounds? He said, no, sir. 4 fish in the... Now, is the plan to run brush piles like this most of the day? All right. We'll fish some brush piles the rest of the day, sounds like.
Inspired shirts on.
Okay, those Luke Duncan inspired shirts are easy to find at Academy Sports. We'll break one out this afternoon, one of the Magellan Dad shirts, as I like to call them. I don't think Magellan officially that's what they're called, but our great photographer Noah Dickinson likes to ask me to take him to Red Lobster after. Dad, can we go to Red Lobster when I wear those shirts? Shout out Noah for always giving me a hard time about my apparel.
We should have a fashion segment brought to you by Luke Duncan, powered by Magellan, and just let Luke cut loose with his fashion. Every tournament.
We'll do that this afternoon. We'll do that this afternoon. I'm actually not even wearing a shirt right now, Darian. Nobody will see that. I'm just out here, just full send on Eufaula, trying to stay cool.
No shirt.
No shirt.
No shirt. You got
no shirt. No shoes. No problem out here, buddy.
Wow. I try to explain to people all the time that I've really lost control of this program. Went well for the first 10 years. This 11th year has been quite entertaining. I do want to talk a little bit about Connor and Caleb Miller. This is their first time on the Alabama Bass Trail, but they are no stranger to big tournaments. They just won their Angler of the Year for the Airport Marine High School Trail, which is a really cool deal for them. Decided to step it up just a little bit this year and join the Alabama Bass Trail, currently sitting 17th in the points. I mean, what a year they are having.
I got to spend a little bit of time after each tournament with these guys, talking to them off stage, and I was just impressed with how they carry themselves very mature. They're way mature beyond their years, and a little bit quiet, but they talk. Once you start asking them about fishing questions, they're very understanding what's going on. Obviously, they spend a lot of time on their live scope and seem to be really good at it. And the first 2 tournaments, Jordan and Lake Martin, they did pretty well on both of those events, and those were both live scoping for them. And just hearing them break down what they did was really cool. They definitely have an understanding of it, and I think the brother dynamic too. Probably, I would imagine they get to fish together a lot, and that team chemistry helps a bunch. A lot of these guys, when you're fishing with your brother, you can go whenever you want to go. So, team chemistry with them is also really strong.
One of the things that I was looking at, they are about 43 points out of that top 9. We've never sent a high school team to the Bass Team Championship. This could be a first on the Alabama Bass Trail, and that'd be a super cool thing for these guys.
Can you imagine? I mean, I know I can't, Darian, like being that age and coming out here and fishing against these absolute stone cold fish catchers that we have in the Alabama Bass Trail. I mean, and they have no fear. They are just out here doing it. That is for sure. And to make that Bass Team Championship would be insane. I'd say they're going to make the championship,
I'm scared.
the ABT Championship, going away.
Luke, I'm scared of these guys that fish the Alabama Bass Trail, and I'm not even fishing against them. I'm just on the camera. I'm just being in the atmosphere of these guys freaks me out.
No doubt. Well, a lot of times you and I, they'll throw some mean mugging our way. You know, they don't like you, especially when you pull up.
Yeah, Luke, we're running again.
If you're just joining us, this is a look at the Miller boys, 17th place in the AOI standings, and they're a high school team. We're proud. They decided to fish the Alabama Bass Trail. They've been a joy to cover all year. They've always got a lot of support at the weigh-ins. And we know this afternoon Lake Point will be no exception.
Luke, you and I've talked about this on the podcast. We talked with Zeke Gossett, Ethan King last week, talking about time on the water and talking about that family backing that you have. Your dad took you fishing. These guys, their dads are there, the Croson kids, and we call them kids. I mean, to me, they're kids. I got kids their age. I can refer to them as kids. But you see their families at the weigh-in. You know the time that those families spend in getting them to all the things and now being able to go and do it on their own. But those families, they show up at weigh-ins, and how cool that is. Zeke, he said something on the podcast that really resonated with me. My dad could have chosen any partner to go fishing with, and he chose me when I was 8 years old. That's the coolest thing, that one of the coolest stories on the Alabama Bass Trail in my mind.
Oh, no doubt about it. And most of us, either a dad or a granddad, got us into this. And I know that I can't imagine how different my life would be if I hadn't found bass fishing through my dad as a kid. And I know these boys feel the same way. That family support's huge. I believe we got Jason joining us.
I think Jason,
Miss Kay.
I think he's on the team we just talked about with Zeke Gossett. I could be wrong. It looks like Zeke Gossett and John Kellett. Jason, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, this is John and Zeke right here, boys. They were just talking about you guys on live, and I was like, hey, let's go get them, and we pull up on you guys, and y'all are catching them. So y'all are doing a great job already. So got 4 fish in the box. What kind of weight you got?
Probably close to 10 now.
10 pounds. That's good. Off to a really good start. Oh.
Other than that, we hadn't had any really big bites yet, but they're starting to really form up now, so we're kind of just waiting around.
So just kind of the hangout moment till it.
Hanging out, but they're starting to form up.
A good deal. Yes, ma'am, Miss Kay. So these guys have got 4 in the box, 10 pounds, and you just heard Zeke say that they're just about to get started. So I'm going to hang out a little bit. I'm not going to go very far from these guys. We're just at the mouth of where everybody took out of this morning, and looking back between here and takeoff, I must say it again, there's probably 30, 40 boats in here. And talked to Noah, our camera, on the water camera stills guy, and he said everybody in here's catching them. So I was like, well, let's just go back right here and save a little bit of gas money today. Luke, I was listening a minute ago and did hear you say you got your shirt off, and I just hate to take it back in the ditch for just a second, but I do need to know where you got your microphone clipped at.
That is not safe for work content right there. Not safe for work content.
You're holding it, right?
I can't tell you. Just holding it. Yeah, just holding it. It's the last tournament of the South here, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long year.
It's been a great year.
Our brains were frozen at Logan Martin. It was a good ride. I look forward to your new host at the last 3 tournaments of the year. Not sure who that's going to be, but it won't be us. It'll be Miss Kay handling all of it herself.
I mean, numbers have been fantastic all year long.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
Sure.
Sorry we can't have you guys back. You did too good.
Yeah. I think we got Darius coming back too. This train wreck could only go worse.
It could really be bad. I'm glad I wasn't on camera just a minute ago when Jason asked that question, but we have got a bird's eye view of some really good fishing, some good teams, very highly competitive teams out on the Alabama Bass Trail. It's going to be a fun day out on Eufaula, but it's going to heat up quick.
Well, speaking of that, Kay, I was actually just a few minutes ago kind of in the shade when we were watching Wood and Goggins, and now I am I might as well be on the face of the sun, I feel like, where we're sitting right now. It is 8 a.m. and it is here to stay. Gonna get hot quick.
It is. We saw we're seeing that Darian's team's leaving again, and that's been the story of the day for him. He's getting a leg day workout today. He's up and down, in and out of that seat, chasing these guys. That's going to be the story of the day for that specific team. They're going to run a gun at a whole lot of spots, no doubt.
Yeah, you're definitely going to see that a lot of one cast kind of places, and you pull up, especially with today's electronics, you can tell whether they're set up correctly. And then once you make 1 or 2 casts, you can tell whether they're going to fire or not, and it's time to roll on. Timing will be very important for all of our teams.
I say this a lot in team style tournaments. You have the forward-facing sonar controversy going on. Team tournaments, it's not as big deal because most of the time, both guys are going to be on the front deck and they're going to both be casting. So we're seeing a little forward-facing sonar, but it's team style tournaments. So you're seeing both guys on the front of the boat. Both guys are watching. Still looking like they're throwing 2 different type baits, though.
Well, that's actually, the most interesting thing about the Alabama Bass Trail. I'm watching these guys live scope most of the time like we do. So many teams, they're shoulder to shoulder, and that's what you see here with the Millers. I mean, they're both staring at this screen, making sure their casts are lined up on the brush, looking for fish. But with them, they're both throwing the exact same drop shot setup. It looks like a morning dawn colored worm, and they're both throwing the same color. And so drop shots, same color worm, same type worm it looks like, and if that's not dialed in on what you want to do, I don't know what is. And most of the time, okay, like you just mentioned, you do see teams alternate, right? You'll see one partner doing one thing while the other throws something completely opposite. We see that more times than not, I feel like.
John Kellett, Zeke Gossett, they are looking at the point standings. They are 12 points out of 9th place to get into that Bass Team Championship. They got to have a little help to get there, but they're doing what they need to do today to help themselves out, no doubt.
Are you surprised, Kay?
Yeah, I think
on that one, because man, what a roll those guys have been on.
That's what I was just about to say too. I think Zeke is, the winning guy right now. I mean, just fresh off a win at the 100 last week or 2 weeks ago, and just really doing so well.
Yeah, top 10 in the Bassmaster Open on Logan Martin not too long before that, and just crazy run right now. Second in the ABT 100 on Logan Martin earlier this year in the Snow Bowl. Lead angler of the year in that division with Ethan King. One angler of the year last year in the ABT North, John Kellett, Zeke Gossett. So yeah, those guys are fun to, and Jason, I know you get to cover them a good bit just like I do, and it seems like every time you pull up on them, they're catching them. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. As soon as we pulled up, they caught one. I mean, that's just what they do. I mean, you have your guys that, us as guys on the water covering, you're like, hey, let's go film on these guys because we know they'll catch some for us. And Zeke's one of those guys for sure.
What's scary to think about, Jason, is Zeke started very young with junior angling. Before he even got to high school was winning. He was a junior champ and has worked his way up to the angler he's become now all over the country and definitely in Alabama. And you look at these young men right here, high school team, doing it. Unreal. Like, where will they be at 5 years from now? You know what I mean? With this kind of head start.
Yeah, I mean, just the time on the water is so important, and the time in competition is even, we don't talk about that enough, but the time in competition is probably even more important. Just having to be able to compete day to day and weekend after weekend on the lakes in Alabama, and then fishing against the guys like the guys and teams on the Alabama Bass Trail. You're either getting your butt kicked or you're growing. So you won't be around long.
Yeah, that game time experience. That's right. That game time experience is so important for sure. These boys are going to make a run, Jason. I think we're going to make one as well.
All right. Well, we're going to hang right here. We got plenty of teams around us at this point, so. Good close shot here of a little live scope action. Made a cast to the back side of the boat.
These schools have moved a lot.
Got one on? Comes number 5 right here. That is a net job. That is a net job.
Got him.
I was about to say, oh no, but
For dad's a spot. We've been cool as a 5-pounder, but it's still pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's number 5.
I got sweat in every crevice.
It ain't even got hot yet.
I know. Yeah. I'm saying it's 7:15 in the morning and it's already like that.
Yeah. We woke up sweating today.
Good job, John. Thanks, Willie D.
I went ahead and filled up both live wells already. I try to fill them up in the morning. That way the water's a little bit cooler.
Yeah, it's about fish care today too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're last flight, so
yeah.
30. We got long. If we catch some good ones and we catch them here in a little while, hopefully. That's a long day to keep some fish alive.
It is. You're about to say the school's moving. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we got a little bar, I guess, or a hump, but anyways, it's about a 300-yard section, and you'll see us probably here in a second, like we'll catch 1 or 2, and then they'll catch 1 or 2, and they'll come back to us, and they're swimming back and forth right here, and that's what I've noticed all week though. They're like I'll scan a place at daylight, and they'll be there, and then you go back at 12, and they're gone, then come back at 2, and they're back again. So
yeah.
It's all gonna be about timing today.
Yep.
We got a lot of fish in front of us right now, but They caught one decent one a while ago, about 3.5, but that's the biggest one we've seen. I'm about to fizz a couple of them. We got a couple in there. I like to do it pretty quick.
Yeah.
The quicker you do it, usually the quicker it'll...
They get them to recover real quick. Well, Darren, I know you're bouncing around, continuing to bounce around, and we're just kind of keeping the main storyline going here of everybody moving around, catching fish, and we're on Zeke Cossett and the crew here, and they just caught another one, so we got 5 in the box. What you got?
I believe that we have still got 1 in the box, 3.5 or so pounds. This is the 9th spot that we have stopped on this morning with these guys, and I don't see any slowdown in them anytime soon.
Yeah, and you know, hitting spots, and if they can finally find some that'll be producing for them, that's what they're looking for, I think. And you know, Zeke was just sharing here about how fish kind of moving in and out, and show up in the morning, the fish are there, show up in the afternoon, they're gone, and come back a little later, and they're back again. You know, so it's all about getting in that right rotation. Your guys have got to get in the right rotation at some point if they keep moving.
Yep, they'll run into them. It's that lake is notorious for. This lake is notorious for exactly what you said, and they know it.
Yeah,
so.
we can do whatever. We talk about fish care a lot, and Zeke's going to give us a little tip on taking care of fish here. He's got something caught a little deep, and he's going to fizz them real quick. So, you know, our anglers are all about taking care of their fish. So.
I don't know if you can see it from there.
I'm going to get him over there and let him step over. If you step, just leave it. Can you step that? I can get you around over.
Yeah, we gotta protect. I mean, even if they're small, I still do just because that's the future.
That's right.
They can grow into the 5 or 6 pounds one day. I hope they'll hold these, but.
Let me put him back around Zeke. I'm gonna back him in there. All right, now we got a better setup on him. Catch one over there.
Get one on live.
You just stay there. You just stay there now.
Yeah. All right, so y'all see how it's upside down right now. And a lot of people just don't maybe understand, but it's a lot easier to do it on a smaller fish. It's a little bit more difficult to do it on a 5+ pound fish, but this one's about 2.5. So usually what I do, I'll take their fin right here, their little side fin. There, I'll pull them out. I'll take a side fin and I'll lay it down, and I count 2 or 3 scales back right there. And I've done it a lot now, so I can kind of eyeball it, but I'll stick it right there, stick it in them, and then I go straight down. And as you can see the water, or the bubbles, I mean, coming out. And I'm gently pressing it a little bit, not hard. And usually I like to see when the bubbles start slowing down about right. This one had a lot of air in them, hold on. And that starts slowing down. Let's see, he should be fine now. As you can see, he's up right now, and I might take that cold clip out of him. You can see he's laying in the bottom of the live well. A lot better than floating, especially if you have to run around. I don't like when they beat their heads and stuff on the live well lid, so yeah. So now you see he's sitting perfectly good, and I'm gonna turn the live well back on before I forget. Oops, wrong one. There we go. And she's good to go.
That's all about fish care, Zeke. And it's so important today when the temperature's jumping up to 97 degrees.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, we got fresh water in there early this morning, but keeping them floating upright is super important.
Yes.
All day long. Got it.
Now it's time to catch some pull out.
You know, we want to release fish back like we caught them, you know, and even fish that we're catching throughout the day and culling, we still want to release those fish back better than we found them even. So this afternoon we're going to put them in tanks, give them a lot of oxygen, get them back on the water fresh, and we want to keep this fishery alive forever. So
that's right. This is a wonderful fishery. We got a lot of big fish in it.
Definitely. Thank you for sharing that with us today. It's so important that guys learn to do that. You know, it's so simple.
Yeah, and the fin clips work well too. A lot of people want to use those, but I've had a lot more success with fizzing them like that than I have the fin clips. But it is personal preference. Some people don't like needles. I've heard that. People say, you know, I just can't touch needles, which is fine. If you just put some fin clips, it's better than nothing. Oh yeah, we got
Jason.
Starting to form up now.
Jason, you fish the Alabama Bass Trail, you understand that 1 pound dead fish penalty can be brutal. We've seen it take away Angler of the Year with Lanier Burton and Kelly J last year at Logan Martin. We saw it actually affect the results at the ABT 100 at Weiss Lake that Zeke Gossett and Ethan King won. The team behind them had a 1 pound dead fish penalty.
Yep.
So
That's
it,
right.
it does affect the events for sure.
It is so important, you know, and if you weigh, you can't weigh a second dead fish. So keeping your fish alive is so important in this event, and you know, taking care of fish.
Do what?
It's not that hard to do. Guys have just got to pay attention to it. Today we've even opened up the scales an extra hour early. We normally open an hour early. We're opening an extra hour early today for those teams that catch them early in the morning and may have a late boat during the day, and if like, hey, you know, I've got 20 pounds, why not come weigh it in? You know, you're gonna catch a check at that point. You may even win. So, but if you lose a fish and then you lose another fish, you're killing the fishery for one, and then you're not doing really good in competition at all. So we talk a lot about competition and being successful, and Zeke just shared a great tip for us to, you know, that's what's gonna make anglers successful and, you know, win events, truthfully. You know, we've seen teams in the past completely fall out of the top 10 because they lost a fish. They could have won.
Jason, when y'all were talking, and I didn't know if we were on or not, but Shane had another one hooked up on a spinning rod and came off, and he turned around and said, "This is like the 6th one we've lost." And my question was, have any of them been big yet? We haven't been able to tell, but he said, no, they're not the ones we're looking for, but I imagine you still hate to lose fish, but still same thing, dragging around. But we're in an area now where you can at least see a couple boats. They're not fishing the same stuff, but kind of in the vicinity.
I hope they show up on them. I hope they can get in that right rotation and really start swinging on them.
Yeah.
I know it's a mental thing for them too, probably. You know, we've already hit all of these spots and we're not getting there, but these guys know it so well that they're going to hang in there and keep going.
And then you got to wonder, do you keep doing, fishing new spots, or do you go rotate the stuff you've already fished? Oh, fish on. Oh, this one's heavy too. I'm gonna tell you, this one's heavy. Not too big. It looks heavy though. We got the net. Oh, that's a good one. It's not a 5-pounder. It'd be less than 5. It'd be less. Let's see, we're getting close. Tim's on the net. Shane's on the rod.
Less than 5's 4.5.
Fighting him in like a pro. Oh, that's a good one, boy. Oh, he jumped right and landed right in front of the net. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go, bagged him. That's a good one. Hang on, I'll tell you how much he weighs.
Predict it. What do you think? Guess at it.
I mean, he's got to be a 3-pounder. It could be more than that, but I would say it's at least a 3-pounder. He got strong when he went under the boat.
Yeah, once we missed it with the net, it got strong.
Yeah.
Fish on behind us back there. Nice fish. Just like Zeke said, they're going to kind of share him a little bit. Fish are really moving around. The school's moving and constantly moving.
Jason, if you hear what sounds to be like a candy wrapper, well, it's because I'm opening up some candy. So just disregard that for a minute.
Zeke says fish are really starting to set up. Candy, I thought that they kind of sounded like you were turning the air conditioner on.
I wish. How come Phoenix got heated seats, but they don't have cooled seats? Come on.
We do have cool seats. You have to train.
Y'all could
we
fit
do
them.
have cool seats.
Are you serious?
We do. You crank up the motor and you stand on the hot foot and cool yourself off and come back.
Surely y'all could fit a little AC unit right here in this dash. I see there's some kind of air vent in the front of the dash, in front of the console. We could fit a little AC unit,
totally.
a little blower right there.
It's a, you know, it's future. We got it rigged for it. You know,
We're working. Can't give all the secrets away.
Can't give. Yeah, we will not be using the heated seats today. They come preheated today.
They gonna be heated.
Yes, they preheated.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a 2-minute penalty.
Zeke, you know, there's alligators here, so
That is true, yeah.
you may lose a leg on this jumping in the water deal.
Yeah, jump at your own discretion.
It's your own. I'll have to check with Miss Kay and see what she says. You know, if you come back minus a leg, I think it'll be an even call at that point. Miss Kay, Zeke's wanting to know, you know, we've got an extra hour to weigh in. If he jumps in the water, can he take a 2-minute penalty? Cool off.
There is no rule about entering the water to cool off. You cannot enter the water to land a fish, but there's no rule against cooling off in the water. But
can your partner enter the water to save you from an alligator?
I am not sure I do that at this body of water. Not after the alligators I saw this morning when I went to call out boats.
Yeah, I don't know that I would suggest swimming here unless you can swim really fast, like faster than Michael Phelps.
Yeah. No.
Better be quick.
I stepped in the
You look
water
like a
this
whopper
morning
popper.
at takeoff. Whew.
You know, Jason, once you get to this time of year and the water gets as hot as it is, jumping in really doesn't give you a lot of relief. Down here,
Yeah, 85
down in these
degrees
parts
is
of the world.
not going to do much.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, staying in the cooler for a minute, I think would cool off a little more.
I believe Kay said that instead of Darian interviewing teams today at the weigh-in, he's just going to fan you and I during the weigh-in to make sure we're comfortable.
I did hear that.
That's what she
I saw
said.
the actually
Since
saw
he
the
had to
fans
leave
this morning
early.
too. So
Yeah. We had to leave early last time at Weiss, the ABT 100, so that's his penalty.
He'll probably fake sick again today. So hot.
Guarantee it.
100%. I've already got that
He tried to give me
plan.
that biscuit. He tried to give me that biscuit this morning.
No, I'm not taking any food from him ever again.
I figure if I cut out about 11:15, if I cut out by about 11:15, I'll get home for lunch and kick the weekend off.
Yeah. He rides around with a biscuit in his truck all week and offers it to me at takeoff.
I brought that biscuit back from last week at Weiss. Hey, I have an airplane man in the water.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this airplane's about to land, for real. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Get a shot of that. Get a shot of that.
Yeah, we're going to try.
He's getting pretty close, it sounds like. Wait, is that the drone?
Oh, he's... No,
Did
he's
Ben
going to check
upgrade
out Shane
drones?
Powell. That's, what's the guy from, who was the guy that caused all the drama last year in that tournament? Who was the lawyer up there? That's him up there in the plane running around trying to find Shane Powell's hole.
Yes. Yes. He's back. He's back. We got a fish catch on the other boat now. Oh, we got off. He looks short though. God, he's flying around you, Darian.
Buddy, look at me. If I hold my hand in the air, he's gonna clip my fingers.
You gonna ride? Luke Darian's got a ride to fly out of here. He's about to fly home.
Yeah.
I would expect nothing less.
He called his boys.
I'm sending a picture of him. I'm sending a picture of him in the group chat. How close you can see how close he is.
Darian is here at the moment. Yes, Zeke. Yeah. Zeke wants to know if you're here, Darian.
He's about to land her right now. Hey, I think he's gonna land her right now.
He faked sick on us last week.
Yeah, here he goes. He's landing. He's 20 foot off the water right now. Oh, he just dropped it down. He's about to pull it back up. Man, he's landing about 600 yards away from us.
Is he live scoping?
So,
Yes, he was. For a minute. He got sick at the tournament. Zeke's over here calling your roll, Darian. Won't know where you were at Weiss.
well, tell him he must have not stopped at Coosa Corner and got one of the biscuits I had, because Coosa Corner has my number now. They did what I had. Luke, the airplane got so close, I took a picture of him. I just zoomed in, and his T-shirt says, "I hate Luke Duncan." For some reason, he's wearing a T-shirt that says, "I hate Luke Duncan."
Really?
Yeah, same shirt. I was like, golly, where'd he get I knew somebody had a shirt like that.
Where'd he get
zoomed
that?
in, and now we
You know those banners?
Yeah.
Those banners they fly at the beach.
Yeah,
Jason and I need to get a hold of somebody to fly one over this talking bad about you.
That'd be awesome.
For the rest of the day.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a call. Before Gunnersville, I'll have that figured out. I know a guy over there with a plane.
Let's do it.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Shout out Tyler
Alabama
Wilkerson.
Bios. Shout out. Oh, fish on.
TW, Tyler Wilkerson.
Little one. Little one. 12-incher. Weighs 178. No, 128.
What's y'all's boat number? Boat number one. William Nichols and Jake Young over here. Jake, what you guys, William, you guys got right now?
We got 5 for about 12 pounds.
Okay.
Jason, that's Big Willie. That's our boat captain from Neely Henry. That's Big Willie D.
Oh, our Neely Henry boat captain.
Tell Willie D I said hello. Yeah, tell Willie D I said
Darian
hello.
says hey, by the way. Oh, well, see, last week he brought a biscuit to me and he got sick on a biscuit. He's looking for a biscuit, Darian. He wanted you to bring him one this week. I'm just going to tell you, he rides around with that biscuit in the truck all week, so you will get sick off of it. So he had one for you this morning, but he tried to play it off on me. He was losing it over the side of the boat at the tournament last week. Let's just leave it at that, okay? Pictures if you need them. You guys are on the same school as Zeke and them. Tell us a little bit about it. How'd y'all find this in practice? It's working hard, right?
It's hot.
Saving gas money.
That's right.
Yeah, Darren, he said bring him a biscuit. So I know you still got that one from last week.
Yeah. No, that was from about 3 weeks ago.
Lay that on the front deck.
Can we do a shameless Phoenix? Look, I've never had a Phoenix boat, and I am just at all with Phoenix boats. And this week we borrowed one from a guy who's double fishing. Kenny, is there any way we could show in this box right here? We're using his boat, and I've got to store my backpack, so I just opened this box because he's got rods on the other side. Look how neat this tackle. I don't even know what this thing is. Jason can probably elaborate on it, but look at this little sliding tackle. Golly. He's got his plastic stored perfectly in there. I can just slide it back and put my backpack in. And he's got Plano boxes underneath it. And look how neat that thing is. I've never seen that before. Not to just give a shameless plug to Phoenix, but I'm into all. Phoenix is like, I mean, I've shouted out Phoenix every single week we've been in one of these boats. Except they don't have air conditioning, which sucks, so that drops them down a point for me.
Darren, just to keep that shameless plug going, you know, for those guys looking to get a Phoenix boat, any Phoenix boat from 2023-24 still in stock, $5,000 off. So, guys looking to get one today, head over to your local Phoenix dealer today and get one.
Phoenix Boats just added Airport Marine, just south of Birmingham, down there near Montevallo, Alabama. I've ridden by Airport Marine so many times and wondered if we would ever see a Phoenix logo outside on Airport Marine. And we, as of this week, they are now the next official Phoenix boat dealer in the state of Alabama. So glad to have Airport Marine on you. They run a really cool trail down there, a team trail, and they have a Wednesday or a Friday trail too, and they run a big high school trail. So a lot of boats pump through Airport Marine, and I know they'll probably sell a pile of Phoenix boats. But guys, it is heating up out there. We're hearing Will Nichols and Jake Young have 5 fish. We know that Zeke Gossett and John Kellett have 5 fish. Anthony Goggins, Dustin Wood have 5 fish. Looking at that 13 to 16 pound range on our 5 fish limit so far this morning. It's going to continue to get better. We're going to go ahead and head to break. As we do, we're going to show you some of those fish catches that you may have missed We got Anthony Goggins and Dustin Wood. This is one of their big fish catches first thing this morning before we were actually, I think, really done calling boat numbers. Got Caleb Miller and Connor Miller there, as you see. And then that's Zeke Gossett and John Kellett right there, putting them in the boat. So we'll be back in just a minute.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Eufaula, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great. And I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Y'all know what's better than one biscuit? Two biscuits. Take your pick of two handmade biscuits for just $5.55. Choose between the sausage, egg, and cheese or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits. Ain't gotta be a math whiz to see this deal. Jack's, all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Lake Eufaula, Alabama. As you can see, we have gator cam going on. If you know anything about Lake Eufaula, you know that it is stacked full of those big old gators. But it is also stacked full of a lot of great big old bass. So we did a little segment this morning. The guys broke down baits that they thought you were going to see used on Lake Eufaula today. So we're going to get to that. We're going to show you that. And then we're going to come back. We're going to have a on-the-phone interview with Mr. CJ Knight. He's having to miss today's event. His team is in the lead in the Angler of the Year points. So we're going to interview him in just a little bit on the phone. But first of all, let's take a look at these bait choices from Darian, Jason, and Luke.
Good morning, gang. Good morning, gang. We are out on Lake Eufaula. It's early, and this is the final stop, ABT South. And we all picked one pack of baits that we think are going to do well today out on Lake Eufaula. I went with the Bronco Bug. I'm thinking a Carolina rig. I remember a Bassmaster Open last year. Carolina rig was a big player. I'm saying brush piles, Carolina rig. Luke Duncan, what you got?
I'm going with a Big Bites B2 10-inch worm because we're in the home of Big Bite baits. Yep. We're going to be seeing a lot of brush piles, and nothing comes through it better than a Texas rig, big old red bug worm. That for the W today, and 26 pounds, Jason.
It's funny that we don't even talk before we plan these things brush piles today, but I'm going opposite of you guys. I'm going tiny because I feel like a lot of guys are going to be dragging a worm today. I'm going with a Ned BLT. It's summertime. What do you want more? Bacon, lettuce, and tomato all day.
Come on.
Lake Eufaula. We're going to go watch them catch them.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula, Lake Point State Park, one of the crowning jewels. Guys are out there looking for largemouth and spotted bass, measuring 14 inches. We've seen a lot of swing and misses, but we've seen a lot of catches. On the phone right now, I have Mr. CJ Knight. He's having to miss this event. Got a wedding to attend. CJ, I know you're watching the live coverage. I mean, how are you holding it together today out here watching Anthony and Dustin fishing for the Angler of the Year title?
This is definitely a different perspective, and I'm kind of a little sick about it.
You know, y'all have had such a great year. You've had such a great year. We've gotten to see a lot of it, you know, transpire on camera. To sit back and watch it from this vantage point, talk about what's going through your mind.
You know, I woke up and first thing I did was turned on that ABT live coverage, and you know, it's has not disappointed. I haven't really got to see it from this angle. I've watched the live coverage, went back through, you know, scenes after I fished, but, you know, not being out there and actually seeing it live is, man, it's really a different perspective, and the coverage is great. So I'm very happy and pleased to see what y'all got going on, because so far it looks like it's been a really good coverage on the teams that y'all got.
You know, going out boat 49 today, I know you've had conversations with Anthony throughout the week. We talked about your grandfather earlier this week and what it would mean to him for you to be able to have this Angler of the Year title. Talk a little bit about that and what that support's meant this year, as well as many other years, because he's been here as long as I can remember.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, you know, my granddaddy, Ronnie Knight, he's kind of, well, I call him my sponsor. You know, he's my personal sponsor, but he's helped my family out in so many ways, and he's very, very supportive of me and, you know, me and Anthony on the ABT, but, you know, just me in general and fishing, because I fish some other trails, but it just seems like, you know, I've always been the second place guy, that one person out, so I hope that, you know, we can cap off of AOY, so because I'll definitely dedicate that win and for him, because he's helped us out a lot, and, you know, we think the world of him. He's getting up in age a little bit, so it's a perfect time to do that.
You know, you and Anthony fished together at Auburn University. Y'all have known each other a long time. How special is it to be able to fish with a guy that you've had such a connection with for a long time?
Oh, yeah, me and Anthony, we've known each other for really our whole lives. Anthony, he basically, he was one of the starters of Auburn there for the fishing team back in, you know, the late 2010, 9, 11 area. And, yeah, it's just, you know, when I moved to Auburn, I didn't really have a place to stay, and Anthony was living down there, and I knew his dad well, and moved in, and the rest is history. We've been best friends since about 2013, and we just, you know, I don't know of any other. I talk to him every single day. It's literally literally every single day. So we're very close. We hunt and we fish, and we spend a lot of time together. So it's it's a great relationship. He's just he's a really good friend.
I'm going to ask you one more question. I'll let you go. I know you've got a big wedding to prepare for today, but you've fished Alabama Bass Trail several years. You've had a phenomenal year this year on the Alabama Bass Trail. What would it mean to walk away with that Angler of the Year title?
It would mean everything, you know. Winning Angler of the Year, I think I've fished 6 or 7, maybe even 8 seasons total in the ABT, and it's just, you know, I know people understand, but, you know, you really don't understand how hard it is to win an AOY in the ABT, because there's just such good fishermen, and, you know, the competition's so high. Right. So for us, you know, for me, that would mean the world, and it would be, I mean, really, it'd be crazy, because you have to have everything go right. You know, I I was tallying up everything. You know, we've averaged a 16th place finish so far through 4 events, and that's pretty strong. So I'm hoping that, after today, maybe we'll get that AOY title and be able to, once you're an AOY champion, you've always got that. So that's something that we always shoot for, and that's something that we definitely trying to accomplish this year, especially off of a strong start. First 2 events we had 2 top 10 finishes, so you just got to finish strong when you've got high finishes like that.
Well, good deal. Well, I'm so glad that we got to talk to you today. I wish you the best. I know you'll be watching. I know your grandfather's going to be here this afternoon cheering on Anthony and Dustin. Their boat number 49 coming in the 3rd flight today. So we'll see them around, I guess it's around 3:15, something like that they'll be weighing in today. Go and have a great day. Thanks for tuning in with us this morning.
Thank y'all so much. We'll stay tuned.
All right. There you have it, a little interview there with CJ Knight, the partner of Anthony Goggins, not able to fish today. Got a wedding, very close relative getting married today, so he's not able to be here. I know Anthony is out there swinging for the fences, trying to bring home that Angler of the Year trophy. So we are back out on water. I think Jason's on a team right now. We're going to get back out to him. Jason?
Yes, ma'am. I know going to a wedding today was probably not his favorite thing to do, but we are a family first kind of deal here, and I know him being with his family today is number one, and there'll be more tournaments to fish. I know it's not necessarily going to be fishing for an AOI every time, but it just goes to show how important family really is, and they got a good guy standing in for him today, so hopefully we'll see them continue to do well throughout the years. And we're still hanging in here with Zeke Gossett and the gang. They are kind of watching these fish just kind of school around. If my cameraman will pull over to the right just a little bit, you can kind of see there are a ton of guys in here. That's back towards takeoff right there as we kind of work back into the creek right here. There are a ton of guys between here and takeoff, and so a lot of guys catching them in this area. So if you're looking to come to Lake Eufaula, I would not necessarily recommend fishing from the bank because of the alligator population, but fishing right here in this cove would not be a bad option if you're looking to come down here and catch some fish at Lake Eufaula. So heard some 5-pounders from Noah, our camera on the water steals guy said some guys caught some close to 5 pounds. So in this area right here. So if you're looking to come do some fish catching at Lake Eufaula, this is the place to go. Got a fish on right now as we speak. Both these teams doing a really good job of sharing water. No fussing, no arguing. They're really just kind of talking together and just hanging out. Plenty of fish. Somebody says small Mountain Dew bass over there. Got a couple of guys, looks like they're pulling out of here, moving around a little bit. It is getting towards that exactly 8 o'clock hour. A lot of guys try to shoot for that to kind of make their first big move. I know we've been on some teams that have probably made 30 moves by now, but these guys are kind of hanging out in here and probably got a limit by now, or upgraded all they feel like they can upgrade. It's time to go on to different waters at this point. do have just some local anglers out fishing today too. I see some kind of moving in behind us here. It is that time of year where everybody's getting out and doing some fishing. Oh, another swing and a miss over there from Zeke. I think we've got Eric Summers and Pelt back there, and Brian Adams and Ryan Lloyd. I think they're two teams that are kind of close to us back in there, and we may get on here in just a little bit. They're all kind of moving around, kind of chasing these schooling fish in here. Everybody's got their head down into the live scope today. Both team mates are looking and watching. Some guys are throwing the same stuff and some guys are mixing it up. Looks like Zeke and them have a fish on way over there. Cameraman can see him. I may have to make a move to help him see better. Bringing it to the boat, fighting it. Taking his time with it. Don't want to lose the big ones. Oh my gosh. That hurts. They caught one in the net earlier that way where the bait just pops out right at the top of the water, and then this one pops out and they lose it.
It wasn't real giant, but it was a good one.
Said it was a little bit better. Let's slide around and see. So let's look here at that swing and a miss again. It hurts to miss those. Really does. You know, and that comes unbuttoned right there at the top of the water. And I mean, what can you do at that point, you know? It hurts. They do have 5 fish in the box, thankfully. That one would have coiled and helped a little bit. So we got Brian Adams and Ryan Lloyd over here. Let's slide around and see if we can talk to them for just a second too. It's nice when everybody's kind of close together and able just to bounce around and talk to them a little bit. Let's let him fish to us and then we'll talk. May not be time. Luke, you got some fish down there? What you got?
Jason, we're with our Logan Martin champs down here, Josh Chapel, Paul Davis, and having a tough morning so far, sounds like. We pulled up, they've only got one fish. They're rotating spots. We've seen them fish a couple different spots before we were able to get set up on them good here. But doing the offshore thing, lots of boats in this area.
Keeping that offshore thing going.
No doubt about it,
for sure, right?
It's cranking and dragging. No doubt about it.
What's y'all's boat number, guys? 155. Eric Summers and Robbie Pelt. What kind of weight we got?
Not much.
Not much as in like 19? Not much as in like 19? Or?
I'm pretty good at multiplying and stuff.
Yeah.
That's the only way. That'll make 19. No, we got three fish. Hooked pretty good. I lost it.
Yeah.
That's fishing.
They're just kind of bouncing around today, chasing these schools, huh?
Yep. Yeah. How are y'all this morning?
Say that again?
How are you this morning?
Good, bud. Good. I like you guys all fishing close. It makes it a lot easier for us, you know. We don't have to run all over the lake today. We've got Luke and Darian ran all the way to the dam, and I just, you know, idled out here and got wherever you guys are and got some fish catching going on, so. Did y'all have a good practice? Yeah, that's kind of the name of the game here. Go find them and catch them on tournament day for sure. Yeah. Well, we'll slide back and watch you guys fish a little more. Thank y'all for your time today.
All right, buddy, have a good day.
Luke. Oh, Luke's got to move again, so sorry about that. Hope you got to see a little bit of it. So those guys got 3 fish, and lost one, but you know, said that's just fishing. So we're just kind of bouncing around to these guys in here this morning. We got another team back there behind them we're going to try to get to. So all these guys are not necessarily doing something different. They're just all working. It looks like we missed a fish catch over there with Zeke and them. They're putting another one in the box over there. So I think we missed a fish catch talking to Robbie. Yep, they're calling. So Zeke and them threw one back. So we're calling. Sorry, Luke, I missed you on the first run. Now we got you again, so tell us what's going on down there.
Back again, Chapel and Davis, and they're moving around a lot, but they leave the trolling motor down when they do, so they're just idling in between little small spots. It sounds like you're having a time, Jason.
Man, I'm telling you, dude, they're all within 30 yards of each other, and all of them are catching them. The other guy's hooked up. These fish. Good fish there, too. I hope my cameraman got the long zoom out today. We were just trying to set up to try to get a different angle. The sun's just burning this up. But yeah, you can see in this shot right here, probably all 3 boats within, I mean, if there weren't alligators here, they could swim to each other. Let's say it that way. I don't know with the alligators if they could make it to the next boat. We could probably put that in the competition somehow. We could let Darian go first. Let's do that.
Mountain Dew big swim of the day.
You get a bush light if you make it. How about that?
You'll need one after that, I think.
Yeah. If you get an alligator bite, you probably could pour a little Mountain Dew in it. That would be the saving grace there. We've got guys doing a lot of different things today, and your guys are bouncing around a lot. We talk a lot about rotation, how important the rotation is. And Zeke has said here that you could show up in this area during the day and these fish won't even be here, and you come back later and they're here again. You know, and how about your guys that are bouncing around so much? At what point do you feel like I'm either on the right rotation or I'm not? Like, what do you do mentally? You know, I know we probably don't really have the right answer, but when do you go back and say, hey, we were just not in the right rotation, let's start over. Let's go through them again. Or do you always try new stuff?
Well, Jason, you know, I think it's a confidence thing, right? I think you've got to hit the places that you know they live, and you just got to expect that at some point they're going to fire.
Yeah, and you keep going and keep going and keep going, and you don't get them. At the end of the day, you know, you can say you gave it all. But that
No doubt
moment
about it.
when
Burn a lot of
do show
gas.
up and they're there. Yeah.
It takes 5 minutes, you know what I mean? It takes absolutely 5 minutes to load the boat on these offshore places.
It's 5 casts.
And they decide to play nice. Yep, that's right. They decide to play nice.
We're getting into that heat of the morning right now, though. While you're on that team, I'm gonna try to slide back here just a little bit more. Cameraman can keep on them for just a second. I'm gonna work my way back here. To Ryan Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. These guys always at least have a story to tell. Those 3 teams right there, 2 of them have a limit. One of them has 3 fish, you know, solid 3 fish, he said. Let's see what Adams and Lloyd have back here, because they're kind of fishing the same stuff. They're drifting back a little away from it a little bit. Gonna come in and swing way wide from them, trying to not run over the tops of their school, maybe. can swing this way now.
Hooked up. Chaplain Davis.
Hooked up, hooked up.
We love to see it. They only have one fish in the boat right now. Number 2 right there on the spinning rod.
What kind of weight y'all got? How many y'all caught all day? I was gonna say 30. Good deal, guys. That we were just talking about that. Like, what are you thinking right now?
He ain't got nothing no better. We think they're gonna move in maybe throughout the day. It'd be safer on the fish not running around.
Yeah. Is it a couple schools in here? Is it one big school? What is it? 2 schools? They just fire up randomly?
Yeah, you catch 1 or 2, bam, bam, and you don't get nothing for 20 minutes.
That's awesome, guys.
Need 4-pounders though.
That time for those, right? What kind of, did y'all land here and practice and try a bunch of other stuff, or?
We got a few things down the lake, but not much, no.
Yeah.
We didn't ever think we'd get here. We boat.
Well, I saw y'all on the tracker and I was like, they're in here somewhere, and then I stopped over there and there's a lot of guys in here.
Yeah. We were amazed nobody was sitting here.
A lot of fish in here.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna sit back and watch. We're gonna watch you catch the 5-pounder.
If you make a big circle, you can get right behind us. Close as you want. If you make a big circle, you can get behind us.
Okay, I'll do that.
Close as you want.
So Brian Adams and Ryan Lloyd got 15 pounds, probably caught 20 fish today. Sitting on 2 schools right now and waiting for them to fire up a little bit different, hoping for some 4-pounders. They said, you know, we got other stuff, and Luke and I were just talking, when do you give up on the stuff you got and go try something new? And these guys are mentally trying to think about it right now. Like, what do we do? Where do we go? How do we get, you know, something more? And they're like, well, we want to kind of protect our fish and not run all over the lake and wear them out. You know, they got 15 pounds, so they're on their way. A couple more upgrades, and you're right there where you need to be. So we're going to slide around, try to get in behind them. We don't want to mess up the 2 schools they got. So we're going to make the long trip around them. So you'll see us swing all the way around. But cool, these guys, 15 pounds. It's the most I've seen today. Hear that airplane flying around again.
It's buzzing us down here. Darian probably got on it, I'm guessing.
He's headed out. Hadn't heard from him in a little while. He probably will. He'll be phoning it in later.
From the beach.
So look, these guys here, Brian Adams and Ryan Lloyd, got 15 pounds, and you and I were just talking, you know, do you leave your stuff, do you stay? you keep rotating through stuff, and these guys here are in that spot right now. They're like, we need something to upgrade. We need bigger fish, and they feel like the fish are going to come here later. And, you know, they're like, we don't want to get out and run around and beat up our fish, so we're just going to stay right here and hope they come. Oh, set the hook on that one. Try to help you get up here. Get out of your way. Well,
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Big Bite Baits, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Lanners McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LannersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. Try them today, only at Jack's.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail 5th stop of the South Division, Lake Eufaula, Eufaula, Alabama. You are looking at a photo just outside of Lake Point State Park and the Marina Basin. Going to be a fine tournament. We're going to see a lot of fish weighed in. Estimates of over 10 bags being over 20 pounds is what I'm hearing from the guys in the parking lot. All the dock talk. Going to be a big fish tournament, we think. Looking forward to a great tournament here. But I do want to remind you, Jason mentioned just a little bit about the Phoenix, $5,000 off a Phoenix boat right now at any dealership, not just Alabama dealerships, although, you know, I kind of like it if you would buy them in the state of Alabama, but $5,000 off your Phoenix boat. Make sure that you check them out. If you're getting ready to purchase a new on-the-water office, Phoenix Boats has a $5,000 rebate back to you, so make sure that you check them out at phoenixboats.com. Great people to work with, and again, Airport Marine just added into the Phoenix family this week, so get out there and check them out. Also want to talk a little bit about, before we get back out onto the water, the Alabama Bass Trail is a big family, and this picture is kind of hard to look at, guys. This is Rex Chambers and Brent Crow. This photo was taken on June 15th, 2019. Rex smiling, had a 788 that day. On his way home from our tournament, he had a massive heart attack and passed away, and it's a real hard day to be at Eufaula knowing that we've got that drive home today. But Rex Chambers loved this body of water, and he loved the Alabama Bass Trail, and I love that guy. He's a great friend of mine, and we miss him very much, and today's the 5th anniversary of his passing, and I know Teresa and Jennifer miss him as well, especially on this Father's Day weekend. So Rex, if you're watching, if you're listening, we love you and we miss you. One more of our Alabama Bass Trail family that is in need of your thoughts and prayers is Mr. Terry Tucker. He is a beloved person on this trail, as well as a beloved person in the great state of Alabama. Terry's fished at all levels, and he's been successful at all levels. He and his partner Jeremy Green won our championship last year at Weiss Lake. Terry is battling brain cancer. He's had surgery. He's currently going through chemo and radiation. But he's doing well right now. We wish him all the best. Terry, we miss you. We wish you were here, and as we know you do too. So hopefully we'll see you in October at the championship to see if you guys can repeat. Jeremy and Terry are great people, and we wish them all the best. Rex, we miss you dearly. The Alabama Bass Trail is a big family, 450 teams in the regular series. That's 900 anglers, and then we have 100 teams in our ABT 100. That's an additional 200 anglers, so 1,100 anglers strong, and we feel like we're all family. So it's It's a tough day to be at Lake Eufaula for myself and the members of our team that was here the day that we got that phone call. I know his partner Brent Crow, who is featured in that photo with him, is up fishing a Toyota Series event this weekend, so he is not here with us, but we certainly miss Rex, and I'm thankful for the loyalty that he had to the Alabama Bass Trail until the very day that he passed away when he was headed home from our event here at Lake Eufaula. We're going to get back out on the water. I know Jason's on a team. I know Luke is running to see if he can catch up with Rutland and Carden, and Darian is also chasing a new team, so we're going to get back out on the water with Jason.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Kay. We are still here on the team of Ryan Lloyd. They haven't caught any since we've been here. They did ask us, they told us where the schools were and said we could come around behind them, get as close as we wanted. They're hoping these schools will fire up for them here again. Sitting on 15 pounds currently, have caught probably 20 fish off this spot today. Looking to upgrade right now, hoping for some of those 4-pounders to kind of move in. They did say that they've got some other areas on the lake that's kind of down the lake a little bit, and they kind of wanted to save this spot and not leave it. They said they hoped that later in the day that the bigger fish would kind of move into this area. They are working 2 schools, one's to the left and one's to the right. Other teams in the area have not really messed with them. They said they were really surprised that nobody was on this particular spot. Z Gossett and the other guys are over to the left here. They're still catching them. But so far, these guys have got a bigger bag. We do have 3 teams out on the water today, Luke, Darian, and myself. We've been out on the water since blast off. Miss Kay did the boat calling, and all 3 of us got on the water. And Luke and Darian both chased a team that kind of went downriver, and we chased a team that just kind of popped in right behind the ramp right there. Steve Winslet and Rob Lee currently sitting second in the AOY. They did have 1 fish when we left them this morning. We do see a lot of boats still moving around in this area right here. Steve and Rob looking to move up the leaderboard, make up that 5 points to take home AOY. They do need to catch some more fish to be able to do that, but they haven't yet done it yet. When we left them, they may have 5 now. They said they hope to get 5 on that spot, and then weren't giving up. They were going to bounce around throughout the day as long as they could. You can see more boats coming into the area here. Lots of boat traffic. everybody seems to be hanging in with these fish here. None of the teams that we were on earlier that were fishing this area have left. So they all have a plan, it looks like, to kind of stick with it a little longer. Looks like Brian and Ryan are doing it a little bit different than the other two teams, or three teams. They seem to be dragging really slow, whereas Zeke and them were using more of a soft plastic, small swim bait, crankbait. Had a little bit faster presentation, basically. No, man, you got 15 pounds. I'm not bored at all. Darian, boat 91, come on in, buddy. Welcome back to the show.
Jason, we have, I believe this is the 11th spot we've actually fished today, or they've actually fished, but I bet you they've stopped on just as many places, maybe even more than they've fished, definitely more than they've fished, probably 15 or so places they've graphed, one or two passes, looked at, whatever they're looking for isn't right, they run to the next spot, and it's all really close, within a, 2-3 mile radius from basically where we started this morning. And some of it's brush piles, some of it's long points with probably schools of fish on them, kind of like what y'all are on. But they know their thing, they're obviously really good at it. And the thing that me and Kenny keep talking about is I would love to hear what their conversations are in the boat right now on if they're nervous, if they're, it's a couple hours into the tournament and they've only got one fish in the boat, maybe two fish in the boat. And are the nerves starting to set, or do these guys know that it's a timing thing like you've been talking about throughout the day? Is it just a timing thing and there's really no nerves because they know, they don't have to weigh in until this afternoon, there's a lot of time in the day? And if that's the case, I think that's what separates the great from the regular guy, because I know for me, certainly I would be stressed right now, just running all these spots, there's nothing what you're looking for. But the other thing that I was curious of, and you mentioned it earlier, but how long until you start running some of that same stuff again? You talk about timing, and you pull up to a place and the fish aren't either there or they're not set up how you want them to be, the bait's not how you want it to be. But it's a good spot, you started on it, or it's in your first 10 spots, so it's got to be a really good spot for them, but they didn't fish it. So my question, what I'd like to see for the rest of the day, and we won't be able to cover them for the rest of the day, we're actually going to leave them after this spot, but how many spots do you hit before you start back over? Because if it's a timing thing, the first spot may be loaded with fish by now. And just kind of, I would love to hear, and it's certainly something I'm going to ask them this afternoon, but how does that play in and factor to your decisions? And very interesting.
Hey, you're the on-the-scene reporter. I don't see why you can't ask those questions. Not trying to get in their head or anything.
I said this about the Canterbury. I said this about Canterbury last week. I am not sliding up to ask them if they're stressed out or not. I'll get fired before I do that. But one thing I wanted to mention, this is something that I grew up on Gunnersville. I lived on Gunnersville for 3 years. I fished it nearly every day of the summer for a couple years in a row. And I've never been down here before. I've never been to this end of Eufaula. Always stay around the ramp and just, fish the bank. And one thing that's different, extremely different about Gunnersville than what we're seeing is the Tennessee River. We'll say in practice, you spend all this time graphing and you pretty much know the flow of the water for the week, and it's pretty consistent. And so if they're pulling water, just a little bit of water, the schools of fish that you find throughout the week, the majority of the time, 9 times out of 10, those schools are there the entire week. And a lot of teams are going to find the same exact schools, but they really don't move. The fish don't move a ton. They turn off and on, but you're not really chasing them, and you're not really bouncing around a ton. In a week of graphing at Gunnersville, you may find 5 to 10 schools of fish. It could be more, but they pretty much stay in the same spot. So when you're running around, you're just trying to find a spot to get on, because there's normally a boat that's on the best cast, a boat or two behind that may not be on the best cast, but they're maybe waiting in line, or the school could be big enough that they're throwing and kind of picking some off. But then you also got boats who are in line, literally on the same exact ledge, throwing at really no fish, or maybe catching random fish. But those guys who are just waiting in line are hoping that the guy in the front moves so they can slide up onto that spot. So the schools are there. You're not chasing to see if they're going to be there or not. You know the fish are there. The difference, what it looks like on Eufaula, is that's not the case, in my opinion. Obviously, I haven't got to talk to these guys yet, but these fish definitely aren't there. When they graph and they don't see anything, they haven't had to wait on any boats. There's only been one spot we've pulled up on where there's been another boat and they actually just left it. But it is a massive difference for the viewers, or for fishing fans, how different Eufaula is than the Tennessee River, with that constant flow of water, the constant schools where you know where they're going to be at. And it's really cool to watch it. Miss Kay was talking earlier about watching, we said on the podcast, but being able to watch the teams. The cool thing about our job is you get to watch some of the teams that are the best on the lake, the guys who always catch fish, and watch how they operate. And it's really neat to see how much they're bouncing around, even with the little fish, or only 2 fish, whatever they've got. But very different. It's a much different situation. And I don't know if I just heard Luke hop in, but Luke, I don't know if you heard any of what I just said, but
right there.
I don't know if you can chime in on that. Chime in on that a little bit as well, because like you fish the Tennessee River a bunch, you fish Pickwick a bunch, but I mean, I know you're bouncing around a ton too. Similar thing going on with you.
That man in the front, smell him out.
Darren, ask me that one more time, because we were talking to this boat. I apologize. We were just getting set up.
No, you're good.
He
said,
"Do you want a biscuit?" That's what he said.
I was talking about. Yeah, I said you. No, I was just talking about the difference in Guntersville, like Tennessee River ledge fishing versus this style of fishing. It is completely different in that.
Yes.
I mean, if me and you went to Guntersville right now, we could instantly find the schools in probably the same spot they were at last year, and they're just there. If you find them in practice, the majority of the time, the whole school's not leaving, and so you're not running around trying to find different things. You're just trying to find a spot to get on, because there's a lot of boats. You know, I talked about there would be a boat or 2 on the best spot of the school, but then there's also 2 or 3 boats waiting in line, hoping those guys leave so they can just slide up a little bit further on that ledge. But the schools are still there. You just have to wait out anglers. Whereas here, it's a lot more of running around and finding the fish, because they're bouncing around a lot and not fishing at all, which means that whatever they're looking for, there's no fish there.
Yeah, for whatever reason, this lake's always kind of been notorious for that versus the Tennessee River. And you're right, it does set up different, and it seems like they follow bait more. It's more about when the bait fish get on the areas, right, and start to fire on some of this hard spot kind of stuff. Yeah, and I think a lot of times, which I know this is current related here as well, but the Tennessee River is so current driven as well.
And here there's so many brush piles. I mean, there's just so much structure out there, you know, and some of them have been there for years. Some of them were put there earlier this year. And, you know, the guys always say that the fresh ones are going to be the best ones, and it's kind of hard to tell when you just came down here which is the fresh ones or not, and that's why they run by and scan them real quick and see if there's a fish on there, and if there is, they try to catch them.
A lot of times that fresh brush too is the best, you know, and they'll find it pretty quick, it seems. Jason, I just want to know, have you seen anybody throwing a Ned BLT, that Crush City Ned BLT that you called this morning?
Know, I have been sitting here thinking about a BLT sandwich for about 3 hours now. I wonder if the Lodge restaurant has like maybe a club sandwich. You know, that Ned BLT,
Guarantee
I may just take it in and put it in that old biscuit that Darian's got and just eat it that way. Ned BLT. I'm telling you, that Ned BLT looks deadly.
It really does. I wish you hadn't started talking about the Lake Point State Park buffet and all that right then. I'm probably not gonna make it to the end of this show then.
I can almost see it from where I am. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, I know. I see your tracker. I see you up there. I know what you're up to. Chasing around.
And I will be there first. Guarantee it.
We talked a little bit about this on the last ABT 100 live that we did, but you know, we've got DoorDash. We need Boat Dash. We need you to go to Jack's and deliver everybody Jack's biscuits.
Let's go.
You're closest to the truck.
Miss Kay, go ahead and put that order in. I'll go get it real quick.
Even though a popsicle might be better today than a biscuit. No offense to Jack. Maybe one of Jack's them good old Jack's milkshakes.
They got a milkshake, right? You know, we can do that.
They do got a milkshake. The folks at home can't hear Darian, Craig, and Jason and I's ear. Thank goodness. Oh,
but he's craving a milkshake too, it sounds like.
He said he loves a milkshake. Loves a milkshake. It's his favorite thing. Apparently he had one at Weiss Lake though, from that description.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like. Darian, always the professional.
Oh gosh. Apparently Darian's
Look,
getting
I'm really
into the
glad. I don't even
somehow, some way.
Look, I'm glad we have the ability. I've got on our phones for the viewers. We've got talk to tech or press to talk on our comms. So when we're not on live, I can actually hit this button and talk to everyone on the team. And while they were talking about the milkshakes, well, I was having some discussion with them in their ears. That's why that's one of the funnest parts of our job. If we're not on live, we can talk a little mess on the comms. But one thing I wanted to talk about, we've every tournament we try and have some sort of Rapala, Crush City breakdown, and there are two things that I've seen today. Is a lot of brush pile fishing. They're all obviously fishing for crankbait fish as well. And the crankbait fish are more schools of fish. There's a lot of fish in an area, whether it's a point or a hump or something, but there's a lot of fish out there throwing at them. It sounds like that's what Jason's been covering pretty much the entire morning. But a lot of what we've been covering is just straight brush pile fishing, where there's literally a treetop that someone has cut or they've cut, dragged on a lake, sank it, and these guys just have waypoints over the entire lake. And so you're fishing a tree out in the middle of the lake, and if you have as many brush pile waypoints as you can, you have a better opportunity to catch a lot of fish. So what these guys are doing, there's been a lot of jig action going on and a little bit of a Carolina rig, not as much as I would expect, but I wanted to break down kind of the two baits that Rapala Crush City has that really have been almost exactly what they're throwing. I don't know the exact baits, but essentially on a football jig, they're throwing something exactly like this. A cleanup crawl, Crush City, and real natural colors. You think the brush piles, they have shad around them, but they've also got a lot of bluegills around them and some crawfish around them. But they're definitely throwing natural colors, some kind of green pumpkin like this one. You put that on the back of a football jig. Looks like they're throwing a pretty big one, 3/4 ounce or a 1 ounce football jig, real bulky profile. You got a lot of action with the trailer here. And so obviously that's probably everybody in the tournament is throwing something like this, fishing brush piles, or even if they're on the bank swimming a jig, you could use this same style trailer. And then the other thing is a creature bait on the back of a Carolina rig. It's as old school as you get, even older than Luke Duncan. And the Carolina rig, you want to throw something, there's all kind of creature baits, but this one that's really cool is the Bronco bug, and it's got these two really big flappers on the end, rigged on a Carolina rig. That thing's just kind of drifting around. You're slowly pulling it around the outsides of the brush piles, and you just want something that's drifting around. And there's a lot of baits. The old school lizard is one of the most popular. This is a more compact version of a lizard, essentially. It's a little bit different in action, but same approach. Rig that thing up on a Carolina rig, and you can really fish it anywhere. But these brush piles, a Carolina rig is a go-to bait. So shout out to Crush City, Rapala for making some awesome stuff. The cleanup crawl and the Bronco bug, two things that we've seen similar styles of fishing done today, and a lot of other people are doing the same thing. So if y'all come to Lake Eufaula and want to fish brush piles, grab yourself a pack of each or 2 or 3 packs of each and hang on tight because there's a lot of big fish here. Sounds like, you know, obviously Jason's been able to see the majority of the fish catches that we've been on camera today. But as I mentioned earlier, these guys are hopping around a ton. And the one thing that I wanted to know is how confident are they? I'm going to ask them later on after weigh-ins, of course. I'm not asking that now. But how confident are you once you've fished? They've truly fished. They've stopped on 20 or more places today and only fished, I bet they've stopped on 30 places today, but they've only fished around 10 or 11 spots. So you're going through all of this rotation to not stop, and you're fishing for a lot of money today. And time runs out. This isn't a fun fishing day. You can fish till dark. So very interesting. Our live is not going to be able to cover everything today. We have to stop right before lunch, but that's going to be, I think, the story of the day is talking to the guys who win. Luke, when he gets on stage, just being able to talk to those guys and ask how did you mentally stick through it all day long? I know Luke will talk about that a bunch because me and him talk about that separately a bunch. I personally would spin out and give up already by now. But Luke, what do you think about that?
Darian, I know that you would spin out. I've fished so many times with you. I know you would probably already be at Jack's getting a milkshake. Like, I know that about you. Your number one phrase in life is give up. I don't appreciate you calling me old. I am weathered. See this gray beard, and I've got the old man big floppy hat out already. This is floppy hat weather, so I don't appreciate you taking shots at me. We went to move, and I was so offended by what you said. I had to stop and make sure I got my 2 cents in here. I am a veteran. I'm not old. I'm a veteran. I am weathered. Wise beyond
technically,
my years
I just said that the Carolina rig is much older than you. I technically didn't say that you were old.
No, you said it was old like me. I heard you. Old like me.
Okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I tried to slide that one.
I'm going to give you a pro tip. Be sure to drink plenty of water today, Darian. I know you try to be cool out there. You're probably not staying hydrated enough. That's another old man tip for you. Oh, now Jason, do you have anything to add? Jason, we're the veterans of the team here.
Yeah, we're going to go back to fishing here. I'm still hanging out with Brian and Ryan, and we've got 721 in purple. And I just want to take just a second and run through some purple stuff on this boat. We got purple pins, we got black purple on the deck, we got purple decals on the motor, and if you pay close attention, there is purple shading on the Humminbird. Am I wrong, guys? It's purple from here. So guys, tell us a little bit about this area. You got 2 schools you're working, and we haven't seen them fire up for just a second, but apparently this morning it was on. Tell us what was going on.
We caught them pretty good first hour, 20 or 30, and they kind of slowed up since then, so we're hoping maybe any minute they'll move back in.
Yeah.
2 little shallow spots.
2 little shallow spots. Not really had any guys pressuring with you today.
We did right first thing.
Okay.
We had a couple come in real close to us, but they backed off when they saw us fishing.
Yeah.
Other than that, no. Boat traffic, they kind of a bit better when everybody's blasting
When everybody's running through here. So sitting on 15 pounds, that's a pretty good start to it. You know, it's just now, what, 9 o'clock?
Yeah. We got to make a decision sometime.
Yeah. But, you know, guys say all the time, the fish will come to you too. So it's kind of that, mentally, you're just sitting back here going, what in the world do we do? You know, and it is a mental game a lot of times.
Some of the stuff we got is a really long ways away, and it's no guarantee you even get on.
Yeah.
We'll make a decision sometime soon. We know as soon as we leave, there'll be a boat there.
That's right. You probably won't get it back.
No.
What led to this in practice?
Yesterday afternoon, actually. Saw something. We idled.
Yeah.
3 days straight. We got some little small things, but this seemed to be the best looking spot.
And you catch them this morning dragging a worm?
Dragging worm and
Yep.
other thing. Yeah, all dragging. We do a little bit of moving bait, but we didn't ever get a bite. I don't figure it's gonna get tougher this day, but
Yeah. Just hoping,
12:30.
hoping for that 5-pounder to kind of roll in. I mean, it's one swing away and big upgrade.
We fished clean, so we ain't really lost.
That's good. That's really good. Well, we're going to slide back and watch you some more. Thank you for sharing what's going on this morning and, you know, rocking the purple. That's what I like.
my thing to be purple.
I love purple, I really do. Just got to hear a little bit of what they're doing there. Got 2 schools, we've said already, like left and right of them. Dragging a big worm. Caught about 20 fish this morning, just doing that. Hoping for some more to move in. Trying to decide if they want to make a run. But those other teams haven't given up on it yet either. That's kind of, you know, if I'm sitting here looking around, they're not giving up, I'm not giving up. And, you know, they just said that if we leave, you know somebody's coming to it. It's kind of like Darian was saying earlier, you know, if the main guy's on the spot, these other teams out here just sitting waiting for him to leave. And when he leaves, they're going to slide in there on it and do something different, or you know, maybe what worked for them in practice, and they'll turn these fish on and catch them. And they'll lose their opportunity if they leave. So kind of hard to make that decision, but you have to live and die by the decisions you make in this event. And 15 pounds is a long ways to a good start. That sun is beaming down now, though.
Did y'all crack them? No. Huh? No. No? 15. Just feel like at any minute they could catch a good one. folks at home to know it's kind of quiet right now, and it's kind of the lull of the morning. But a lot of teams are kind of setting up on some different spots, and you see a lot of teams doing a lot of different things today. We've got mostly our teams in here have been just fishing these humps, these little shallow spots, little indentions. We've got just schools of fish kind of running in and out of them. This is the cove that kind of goes back into where we took out of this morning. Not very far from the main, here we go, hook set right here. Just like that. Not a very big one, but it is a fish. And a catch and release. Maybe that'll fire the school back up now. So as I was saying, we're not very far from the main lake right here. We're just watching these fish kind of come in and out of the main lake, kind of come in here to feed. We got some fish way back in the back of this cove where we started out this morning, chasing some brim beds up shallow. And then as you move out of this cove, you're kind of into some of the same kind of stuff that Luke and Darian are fishing way down the lake, where you've got brush piles and offshore structure. And there are a lot of fish that are already out there and setting up, and teams are bouncing around through those and just trying to find the right structure that they are on. You hear guys say all the time, we've had 100 brush piles marked. So it's 100 teams, 100 times they bounce around. At some point they're going to run into them. So they keep moving and keep moving and keep moving, and that's why today you've seen Darian and Luke just on for a minute and then they're gone, on for a minute and they're gone, because these guys are just running and gunning, and they're making 3 casts. If they don't catch them, they move on. They don't waste their time trying to make the fish bite. They're trying to get to that brush pile where the fish are already active at. However, these fish here are moving in and out, and they're kind of coming into the hump, going away from the hump, coming into the hump, going by the hump, chasing bait. So you kind of sit here and you fish for the fish and wait for them to kind of come to you. Later on in the afternoon, these guys said that's when they located these fish. They really just scanning yesterday in practice, and were able just to scan by them and see that there were some fish here, and pull it up on them this morning and went to work pretty quick. But they said that the fish will pull up even more in the afternoon. So they're really bait oriented. They do tend to pull current a little more here later in the day. Looks like one of the teams is leaving off that spot over there now. So just like that, we're down one less team. And they just make a quick little run across the cove to the other side, probably to do some of the same stuff. couple fun facts about Lake Eufaula. It is formed by the Chattahoochee River. It spans 45,000 acres with over 640 miles of shoreline. Like we said this morning, don't recommend fishing all of that shoreline because of the abundant alligator population here. But not only is there an abundant alligator population, there is an abundant bass population, and it has gained the name the Big Bass Capital also. So lots of fish catches here, lots of teams going to catch fish today. We'll see some big fish brought to the scales later on today during our weigh-in. This team here's got 15 pounds already. I'm sure somebody's sitting over there close to 20 pounds, probably by now. Well, as we have a little lull in the action here, let's take a quick break, hear from some of our sponsors. We will be right back after this break from Lake Eufaula, the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, the final stop, fishing for all the marbles, AOY, and everything else. So take up a quick break. We'll be right back.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, Snag Fruit.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Let's go!
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go. I think we should get some more.
Let's go!
She got it good too. T-boned it.
Let's go.
I love it.
Cheers.
Let's go.
Hey, Mama.
Hey, baby, how you doing today? We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, grilled fresh with a bold blend of spices. smothered cheesy bacon, and classic southern fried. These make Mama proud. So bring your family
So good.
to meet our family. Blackened, cheesy bacon, or classic. Try your favorite chicken sandwich today. I'm Mayor Bonner, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula, Lake Point State Park in Eufaula, Alabama. You're looking at the blast-off that took place this morning about 5:15. We had 19 boats that did not make it to this event, so 204 boats blasted off this morning. Hopefully we'll see 204 come back across the stage. Weigh-in starts at 2:30, but we did open the scales 2 hours early, so at 12:30 is when they can start weighing in fish, and that's just one of the ways that we are trying to help with the fish care. So it is a hot summer day. We started off at about 75 degrees this morning. It's going to get up to around 96 degrees today. Very little wind and no real overcast, so it's going to be a hot one. So I have a feeling we'll be running them through the weigh-in pretty fast today. I do want to talk to you a little bit about the points race. I know that Darian, Luke, Jason, we've all been discussing the points and where people are in those point standings. That's important because the top 75 make it to the championship later on at Lake in October. So they want to get inside that top 75. There will be a few extras that will get to go just simply because teams double qualify. Either they win an event and they're in the top 75, or they're in a higher points value than in the north than they were in the south. So you're looking at somewhere around that 80 mark is where you want to be if you're fishing the South Division. If you want to go to that Bass Team Championship that's going to be held in West Monroe, Louisiana, you're going to have to get inside that top 9. Right now there's 58 points that separate 9th place from 1st place. It's going to be very hard to unseat Anthony Goggins and CJ Knight from 9th place. I really think you're going to have to be in that 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place if you have a chance to unseat them for Angler of the Year. What does Angler of the Year get you? Well, if you're the overall Angler of the Year, you get a $5,000 cash bonus, a $2,500 Garmin bonus of equipment, and then you also get your entry fee paid for next year. So all in all, it's about a $9,000 bonus prize pack if you're the overall Angler of the Year. If you fall just a little short and you're the runner-up Angler of the Year, you do receive a $2,500 bonus, a $2,500 Garmin prize pack, and you still get your entry fees paid for the 2025 season. So that would be an additional $1,600 bonus. So they're fishing for a lot of things out there today. Angler of the Year, very important. That top 9, very important. But there are certain teams trying to get inside that top 5 in the student division. They're getting inside the top 5 in the couples division. We're working our way toward 175 teams going to the championship on Lake and Beeswax at Beeswax Landing later on in October. Jason has found another team, so we're going to go out to boat number 16. Jason, who are you with?
Daryl Crenshaw and Billy Adamson. Guys, y'all got 2 fish. What's the game plan today? We want 5. That is a good start, right? How was practice? Pitiful. What's y'all's home lake? Wadawi. That's a good lake. We went there in the 100s a few years ago. Yep. Much different than here, isn't it? I guess the question has been all day, would you rather have it cold or would you rather have it hot?
Cold.
Cold? You're a cold guy. All right. Can always put more clothes on to warm up, I guess, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Can only take so much off, especially when the TV camera rolls around.
Yep. 52 degree high.
Yeah.
Yeah, not with them big plugs.
Yeah.
You see the size of this thing? It's like pulling a flip-flop in the water.
So what's the deal right here? Little hard spot. Well, Luke, we're still bouncing around to different guys, and some guys are catching them. Some guys are catching them. Some guys are still catching them. Some guys are hoping to upgrade, right, guys? Looking for 5 over here. What you got, Luke?
Well, I got these Douse boys, and they say they're 20 pounds shy of 25 pounds. That's what they said when we pulled up. And Jason, I know you pay attention to those weigh-ins. You're sitting right there.
We got a fish catch
when
right
these
here.
guys
We got a
catch
fish catch
them,
right here.
Oh, you got a fish catch. All right, I'm gonna hug.
Yeah, we got a fish. Ooh, never mind. We got a fish loss. Go ahead and keep
Fish
talking.
loss.
You're good.
Okay, well you don't
Blame it on
you don't
Luke,
wanna,
right?
You don't wanna be in the
Actually,
middle
blame
of
it
that.
on Darian. It's better to blame it on Darian.
Blame it on
He
Darian.
blamed it on
yeah,
Darian.
blame it on
He said it was
Darian.
Darian's
Don't blame
fault.
it on me. Definitely
He tried to blame it
Darian's
on you, but I
Well-
deferred it.
fault. Well, these boys
They
on
lost
stage all year, when they have success, it happens on days that one brother hooks the other brother. They've hooked each other 2 or 3 times. And I pull up and they're throwing big crankbaits, and I said, well, you know what you got to do to change the hook. But they refuse. I'm trying to
Don't
get a
get too
viral
close,
clip going
for
here.
Get close enough, you might be the hooker.
I believe it was a DT6 down at Lake Jordan. Wasn't it a DT6?
8.
It was an 8. Excuse me. It ran a little deeper.
Yeah. The hook went a little deeper too.
DT8. These guys fish both the north and the south. One of our favorite teams to cover. I think I don't know if we're leaving or they got a technical issue with the trolling motor here. Maybe some line wrapped around it. I'm not sure.
Oh,
No, and we're back fishing. We're back fishing.
Luke, a question today. I guess we could ask folks at home. How many bags of ice do you get this morning at the grocery store?
Whew. You get
knowing what you know
as
now,
many
how
as
many
you
bags
can
would
fit
you
in
get?
your boat. As many as you can get, and then double it, because half of them's gonna melt before you can get to the boat ramp. It was like a balmy 80 when we walked out of the hotel room this morning. And humid.
A sweaty 80 for sure. Good morning, guys. What's y'all's boat
No
number?
doubt about it.
Boat 14 now. 14.
Boat number 300 after what happened.
Charlie Williams and Michael Smith. Rumor is, guys, I was over there a minute ago and you guys were high-fiving. Y'all caught a big one, right? Don't be lying to me.
We ain't got no big ones.
They're all 5-pounders?
No.
Ain't got no big ones. They're all 5-pounders. What kind of weight you got?
Probably 15.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, consider.
It's pretty good.
We was trying to get that spot running and on.
Yeah.
We was early. So we was gonna get there. And we had to cross the roadways to come over here. My trolling motor deployed.
Oh.
Broke it, everything.
Wow. Let me ask what this is in the tinfoil on the deck right here.
And
What is it?
it is a sausage and cream cheese croissant.
Sausage and cream cheese croissant over here. He's warming it up on the deck. It might be warm already, just a heads up.
It would make me happy, I'm not gonna lie. Your pain would bring me pleasure.
There's 100 fish out there. And we was driving.
Yes.
They wanted to start out here, but we'll beat you to it. Get the witnesses. We recovered, we pulled out there, and that one looked cool. Nobody beat on it. It don't work if you do it on purpose, though.
Okay. It has to be an accident?
Seems that way, yeah. We called up here a while ago. And it better be an accident. I'm not gutsy enough to do it on purpose.
A lot of fish in this area. What's got them here?
They always come here. That's like the biggest spawning flat on the lake, you know. All them fish always come. They get somewhere up and down this line right here. So where Ryan is at, there's a huge rim there. Like, bigger for me to use. And it's got brim on it.
Wow.
Just do it backwards. Oh, me.
Luke, sausage and cream cheese croissant, where does that rate on your snack list?
I'd say that'd be good. That's not a go-to boat snack for me, Jason, but I bet I'd eat about 5 of them right now. So I'd say that ranked
Well, he's
pretty
got
high.
it in tin foil, and he's got it sitting on the rod box heating up. So it may be melted here in a minute. I mean, by the time y'all get back
may
up
have
here,
salmonella in it also. I'm not sure.
That's one of the
That
deals.
sausage in the sun doesn't sound great.
He's got beanie weenies. He's got a. We may not even need to go to the buffet or Jack's today. We got it all right here. You got beanie weenies too. So
That's one of them deals where
he even brought a spoon for them beanie weenies today. So not just dipping them out of the can with the lid. So
pro move.
Does he have fish, or is he just snacking?
He's got 5 fish. Yeah, they got 5. They haven't broke to eat yet. They're still trying to catch fish. Oh, and he's catching it right in front of us is what I'm talking about. This little one, but still, it's a fish. It looks so good.
Darian, can you go eat that literal summer sausage?
Yeah, for real.
Baked on the front
Good
deck.
job,
I'm not
dude.
touching that.
Thank you. Yeah, this man's working for TV
we've
over
caught
here.
up to,
He's-
we finally
Go ahead,
finally
Darren.
caught up with a group we finally caught up with a group that's not running as soon as we catch up to them. We've pulled up to probably 3 teams in a row that as soon as we pull up, they pull up the trolling motor. I don't know if I stank or what, but as soon as we pull, these guys are leaving, but we pulled up boat number 19, Danny and Danny. They've got a Phoenix, this is a top 3 color scheme I've seen yet. They've got some like light gray, charcoal gray maybe. I don't know what you call that color of gray, and green pinstripes. That sucker is sharp. They've got 1 fish, and I see y'all got Georgia stickers. Are y'all from here? Gotcha. From LaGrange. How's practice? Yeah, that's what we've heard many times today. Fish jump off. Hey, Jason, he's throwing your Ned BLT. He's got some sort of.
I know a guy.
What looks like a BLT. He's got a Ned rig.
I know a guy.
First Ned rigger we've seen.
Jeez.
So is the strategy just grind out a place like this for a while, or do you keep bouncing around different places? Yeah.
He just went.
Yeah. I hope one of them will turn on whenever you pull up. Really? That's right. Honestly, we've seen that more today than any other tournament. So we've seen that, truly, we've seen that more today than any we've covered yet.
These guys gonna idle around a little more. And we need to scope somebody else out. So I'm gonna leave it to you and Luke, Darian.
All right.
Darian, do you have any messages to send to the other mayors of Hayden, Alabama, right here, the Dallas boys? Do you have anything you want me to pass on to them?
Them boys are the head of the water board in Hayden. Them boys.
County commissioners, city commissioners.
Yeah, they're on the board of the commission board, but they keep it out of commission is a problem.
Well, right now, one has a spinning rod in his pocket. This is.
In his pocket.
We've seen them cast backwards. They've been drinking some bad y'all sweet tea, I think, this morning, Darren. It's got them twisted up. I don't know.
Well, they need to get in here. Have they got 5 fish? No, you said they don't even have. They got 20
one.
pounds short of 25.
20, well, yeah, 20 pounds short, 20 pounds short of 25.
They actually have 85 pounds.
Hey guys, Darian wants to know what your game plan is for the rest of the day to add 20 pounds to your limit.
We're going to leave here in about 20 to 30 minutes, and we're going to go fish deep brush piles.
We're gonna go fish deep brush piles, Darian. After this.
Dang, he's giving that spot 20 or 30 more minutes, which means they must be on something that they really like.
Well, he says they're trying to get another 2-pounder where they can have an even 10 pounds and then go fish brush piles. They're both
Nice.
dragging drop shots.
Well, Luke, we have left. We were following Shane and Tim around all morning, and I have never seen a team fish and graph and just spend time behind the big motor as we have today. They've truly just graphed and graphed and graphed, and they would run. And it was funny, you know, on Gunnersville, when a guy pulls up to a ledge, you can, as the boat drivers or the camera boats, you know, just stay in the river channel and you're gonna not be in their way. But here, there's so many winding creeks, and then underwater creeks, obviously. And then you've got all these humps everywhere, and you've got these big flats that are just 10 foot forever, and there's brush piles everywhere. So we're following behind them. All of a sudden, they lay the boat down, idle for a while, so we'll stop. They'll turn the boat around and aim right back at us, and I'm like, geez. One time earlier, which we're probably 50 or 80 yards back, but Shane must have graphed, well, he graphed over a pretty big school because they fished it for a while, and they've caught several fish there, but he like stops and waves his hand like, don't graph over this school. So that's been one interesting thing today when you have somebody that you're following specifically, because these brush piles, we've seen it multiple times today. They pull up and first cast, they catch one, and then it slows down after that, or they get a bite on the first cast. So it's like you want to be close enough because they're going to jump up, make the first cast and catch them. But if you're too close and they turn around on you, then it gets real awkward for me and Kenny. So it has been an interesting day down here. I know you were down here by the dam earlier today, right?
I was. That's where we started. We spent the first, really 2 hours down there, and we slowly made our way back up. We're in between the bridge and Kowicki Creek here on these main river ledges, and there are boats, you can hear them running by right there. But I mean, I can probably see 20 or more bass boats right here from where we're at, on this typical main river run out here. Everybody's all over it.
Yeah.
There are boats, ABT boats, non-ABT boats, they're just everywhere. It's hard. It's actually hard to find teams to cover. I've done it like 3 times today. It's tricky because our trackers a lot of times are in the same areas, and you'll pull up and there'll be another boat there.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it's the time of year that if you pull up and start idling directly at somebody, and you see him lift up his shirt and pull over to his hip, you may want to back up a little bit. And then, so I'm like, I instantly jump up. Kenny's basically just rides around holding the camera all the time now, so everyone realizes we're the camera team.
Smart.
But I jump up and hold my iPad, and I probably look like like I'm trying to tell them about Jesus or something. I'm just jump up and looks like I'm holding a Bible with my iPad. I look like a school teacher or something, but that's what I've been doing all day, and it's worked most of the time. I don't think you can, I don't know, but well, I think we're about to head up your way, Luke. Hey, flail in my arms. We need a white flag. But that's what Kenny needs to get us for the next tournaments. Also, Luke, we've been cutting up a lot today, and we haven't heard Miss K. We haven't heard Miss K a lot. I'm actually afraid that Miss K has not been talking today because she is on findnewcameramen.com, and she's putting in some job, she's looking for replacements.
I want to take myself out of that. I've not been that bad today, dude. You and Jason, though, you've been out of hand. I feel like I've been on my best behavior.
I could get replaced today. I could get replaced today. Luke, I'm going to run. The House boys said they're going to be over there for 20, 30 minutes. I'm going to run for about 5 minutes and try and find another little group of anglers. We've been in the same spot, and to be completely transparent, we're melting. So we need some little air conditioning. The Phoenix air conditioner is just run about 65. So I'll catch back up with you in a minute.
I feel that right now. All right, be safe out there. He is not joking when he says he's melting. Certainly getting hotter by the minute. But don't let that keep you from coming away in this afternoon at Lake Point State Park. We'll have plenty of Diet Mountain Dews around there for you, some water. Come hang out, bring a chair, and starting at 2:30, we're gonna weigh some big Eufaula bass in, I can assure you that. These ABT South teams always bring it, and we're gonna crown an Angler of the Year, sort out who's going to the championship. The top 9 teams in the points are gonna go to the Bassmaster Team Championship as well, with a shot at the Bassmaster Classic. And most importantly today, somebody's gonna take home $15,000 for first place, plus potential contingencies that can put them well into that mid $20,000 range. Not bad for a Saturday of bass fishing on a great lake. I'd like to remind the folks at home, if you think you're better at this job than Darian, submit your resumes to Miss K via Facebook, the Alabama Bass Trail page. You might want to wait till after the event though. She's gonna be kind of busy this afternoon, sorting all these points out and paychecks. It's definitely Father's Day weekend. You see a lot of, it's cool to see a lot of kids out here fishing with their dads today. We're seeing plenty of that as we run around Lake Eufaula. So shout out to all the dads, all the fishing dads getting these kids out involved in bass fishing. One of the Douse boys is currently getting attacked by a spider, it sounds like. I didn't take you for a fella that would be scared of a spider. I'm judging you right now.
Growing off of you, you'd have jumped too. It was chartreuse and brown.
It was chartreuse and brown. Match the hatch, they say.
You reckon that's what they're eating?
I don't know. I've never seen one eat a spider, but maybe today's the day. Yeah, we aired that live. You fighting for your life against the spider. I'll have them back in the studio. I'll tell them to Photoshop that or CGI that it was a giant spider, like something out of Lord of the Rings or something.
Yeah,
Lord of the Rings. That's a good one.
That you were fighting for your life.
I thought it was a mayfly or something. It landed on.
I can't judge you too bad. I'd rather crawl with snakes than ever see a spider. Spiders are too sneaky.
See, I'm not scared of spiders you can see. It's when they disappear.
Says he's not scared of spiders. He can see it's when they disappear. But I'm just going to say he can't hear me right now. He appeared to be very scared of a spider he could see in that moment. I'm just going to say that quietly, because I have nothing but respect for the Douse boys, and I think they might beat me up.
He had two chartreuse antennas coming off.
Chartreuse antennas. Said it had 2 chartreuse antennas coming off of it. Sun's out, guns out. For sure, they got the sleeveless shirts, but that does not protect them from spiders. The spider was not intimidated. Said it was a hairy spider with chartreuse antennas. Not sure I've ever seen one of those. It might have rode down here with them from Hayden, Alabama. Who knows? A lot of our teams, you can hear it in the background. People are moving a lot right now. And of course, like Darian mentioned earlier, with Shane and Tim this morning, jumping spot to spot to spot to spot to spot. But you start to get this time of morning, it's getting so hot. Like Darian said, he was going to run that Phoenix Boats air conditioner. You're seeing that. You're probably seeing that as much as it is for changing fishing locations, because if you're sitting on one spot, you're cooking right now. What's been the ticket for most of your bites today? I see y'all cranking and dragging. Is it
Drop shot.
drop shot mainly?
I'm embarrassed to say it, but drop shot. The other day we caught a few cranking. Yesterday the bites that we got was mostly on a worm.
Okay.
And then I was dragging a Carolina rig this morning, and he started catching more than me on a drop shot, so I figured I'd join the party. I've not had a bite on a big hook today.
So throwing a big crankbait around, hasn't had the bites on it today. Said they had some on it in practice. Mainly today has been a drop shot as that boat. That was Zeke Gossett. Zeke Gossett gave us a flyby right there. Shout out Zeke Gossett, John Kelly.
But the ones that I caught Thursday on was between 9 and 10 o'clock, so that's why I started throwing.
So they caught some, I don't know if you guys can hear them with all the boats running around, but so they caught some nice ones on a big crankbait between 9 and 10 o'clock in practice. So that's why he's going back to it, even though they hadn't had any luck on it today. And the drop shot's been the deal for the most part. Is that what you're doing in the brush piles too? Drop shot mainly?
No, shake your head. Drop shot gets stuck in it.
Okay. Don't want to shake your head in the brush.
The problem is we ain't got a lot of marked brush piles that's got fish on it.
It's not hard to find piles, but finding ones that have fish in them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just looking for piles, there's probably 100 between here and the bridge.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But finding them that's got decent fish on it is kind of a chore.
Yeah, no shortage of brush piles here. That is for sure. We'll be back to Eufaula next June for the ABT 100 down here. The ABT 100 is just sold out in a record amount of time. So if you did not sign up, better luck in 2026. We're going to go to Guntersville in January, Eufaula in June, and then we close things out on the Tennessee River at Wilson Lake in November. We expect with 100 boats in that one to see some big stringers. Just like we expect today. Pre-tournament talk is over 25 pounds to take the win today. We shall see. I believe Darian's finally cooled off enough to stop and cover another team.
Partially. I got about half cooled off, so I'm going to shoot about a little 2-minute segment, keep her moving. But I feel like that's a good enough excuse Kay would understand. Well, he was just hot, so he had to keep running. We have finally caught up to, this is actually the very first, me and Kenny were just talking about it. We were going into different pockets. Guys, y'all the first team we've seen fishing boat docks today.
Yeah.
How's it going?
We don't have any, just small ones.
Small ones? Yeah, what's your boat number?
165.
Yeah. So did y'all practice any out deep?
We did yesterday. We didn't have much luck.
Yeah.
We found them, they just weren't biting good.
Yeah. We've heard that all day.
Yeah, we might try them later.
Yeah.
See if we can get on something early and put a few in the boat.
Yeah.
So far, no luck.
How'd y'all do yesterday's fishing docks?
We didn't fish any docks. We decided last night we were going to try to fish
I heard
docks.
that. On the fly decision.
That's right.
Well, maybe we'll bring some good luck.
Yeah, we could use some.
You figure in the smoking sun there would be some under that dock.
That's kind of our thought process. Maybe some will push under the dock.
So Darren, you found an elusive shallow water fisherman on Eufaula today.
Yep. First one we've seen all
We've
day.
seen some as we've been driving around in the grass. You know, look like there's fish and swim jigs. Maybe throwing frogs around. But for the most part, the majority's offshore.
guys said they're going to fish boat dogs.
Just committed to it.
Once you commit to fishing boat dogs, you gotta. I mean, it makes a ton of sense. It's so hot. The sun, I don't know, it just got 30 degrees hotter in the last 15 minutes. I would be straight up under a dock right now.
Well, and the offshore brush piles get a lot of caught, but
yeah,
there's a lot of brush around those docks too.
Yeah, there's a lot of brush around docks. Actually, this dock in front of us got brush on top of the dock. Yeah.
This water temperature's hovering around 85, 86 degrees. And we're getting to that part of the day where people are all but begging for a bite. These Douse boys, Darian, while you were running, they had a fist fight with a spider. A spider almost just took over the entire boat. And it's just adding to the frustration.
I heard, I could hear it in my ears.
I mean, it was full-blown combat. But you can tell they're frustrated. They're not getting the number of bites they had in practice. But it's just that kind of lull day. Lull in the day, I should say.
Yeah, this is the time of day when, if I was fishing, I would find myself under a dock, crack open a brand new either a Mountain Dew or like a Powerade, and just play Candy Crush for like 20 to 25 minutes. Just get a reset, and then get her fired back up, and then I'll pull back out of that slip, much more cooled off. Probably get one of those little frog tog towels. You get them wet, and they stay cold for like, 2 minutes. Give me one of those.
I believe that, yeah.
It's my, I mean,
and
look,
if that don't
deal.
work, you would just go straight to the truck and get an air conditioning.
Once you left that situation I explained, and that frog tog's towel starts warming back up, you got roughly 5-10 minutes left, and I'll be putting her on the trailer.
Yeah, I believe it. You really don't like to be hot or cold. You're more of a mild temperature kind of range guy.
I excel in April. That's it. One month a year is when I like it.
And the wind better not blow out of the north. No cold front.
No, sir.
No April cold front.
No, sir.
Hooked up. Here we go. On a big plug. You've been throwing it. There we go. Make sure that spider ain't on that live well lid. He did bail you out. That's what they wanted right there. So they could go fish the brush piles. Darian, I'm talking about locked up that old big plug. We like to see that.
About a 2.5 pounder?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you lock up a big plug, it's gonna be. I'll stay another 15-20 minutes over that.
Oh, we cull it. Douse boys are actually culling. I think they may be a little sneakier than they were letting out in here. Yeah, they said they had 4. They culled it. See a good cull here on ABT Live.
Well, Luke, there's a couple teams in the area I would like to go catch up with, and we've got Lee and Winslet and Goggins and Wood are fishing very close to each other. Looks like Jason has slid down pretty close to you now, huh?
I think I see Jason, as a matter of fact. Darian's gonna run get cooled off again. You can see the Dowse brothers right there. They're both cranking now. They said that had been the deal in practice. And then today's been more of a drag and deal with the drop shot. And they just got bit on a crankbait and cold, so now they're both slinging that deep diving crankbait. And we talked about that this week on the podcast, BK and Darian, that how that DT20 could really play this week. DT16 by Rapala. It will hurt your feelings cranking that thing all day, though, in this heat. That is for sure. Lots of bass boats running around out here on Eufaula, some in the ABT, some not. But one thing you don't see is a lot of inner tubers and jet skiers out on Eufaula. I know it happens, but we haven't seen much of that yet this morning. They might be avoiding the heat or avoiding the gators. I think we're fixing to run on down Eufaula, guys, and we're going to throw it back to Miss K, the hardest working woman in bass fishing in that ABT mobile studio. Miss K.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio. You're live presented to you today by AmFirst Credit Union, one of the great sponsors of the Alabama Bass Trail, also one of the great contingency programs out on the Alabama Bass Trail. Can win upwards of $2,000 fishing if you get your truck and boat boat financed with Anthem. So we appreciate them coming on this year as the sponsor of our live. We are wrapping things up for the 5th and final stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. We've got 30 minutes left on live this morning. I do want to remind you, if you're coming out to Lake Point State Park, I don't believe I saw any bleacher seating out here this time, so please make sure that you bring your lawn chairs. Make sure that you bring your umbrellas, your sunscreen, and all the things. It is going to be a warm one out here, and unfortunately there are no trees anywhere around, so it is going to be quite warm, so make sure that you do that. We've got a really tight race, 58 points separate first and ninth place for that Angler of the Year. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be back in just a little bit, finish up live coverage. We've got about 30 minutes left. And then we'll get back to the weigh-in at 2:30. So please make sure you come by Lake Point State Park, one of the crowning jewels in the state park system of the state of Alabama. We'll be right back.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Hey, Mama.
Hey, baby, how you doing today? We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, grilled fresh with a bold blend of spices, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. These make Mama proud, so bring your family
So good.
to meet our family. Blackened, cheesy bacon, or classic. Try your favorite chicken sandwich today. I'm Mary Bonner, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Lake Eufaula, and yeah, that's one of those gators that I saw this morning. When I got on the blast-off boat, they were everywhere. I would say 6 or 7 gators about that size inside the Marina Basin. That is one of the rules. If you have a tournament inside Lake Point State Park, you cannot release your fish inside of the Marina Basin. And that right there is why, guys. They have gators everywhere here. I am glad I'm no longer doing live on the water for a couple of reasons, but that right there is one of them. When I got on the blast off boat this morning, I'm not gonna lie, there was a big one right in front of our boat, and it was quite scary. I know Jason's on another team. We've been asked about a couple teams, Noah and Cole Godwin. Our photographer is in the vicinity of them. We'll try to get an update on them. I think they're sitting 4th in the points, somewhere around there, so we'll be trying to find them in just a little bit. But Jason, we're gonna get out on the water to you and see who you're with, and do they have anything in the boat?
Ask and you shall receive, Miss Kay. It is Noah and Cole Godwin sitting on about 18 pounds. We made a run back in here, close to takeoff again. These guys are just in here fishing this flat. A lot of brim beds back in here. This is where our AOY second place team started. Steve Winslet and Rob Lee started out this morning on the bank of this area. Check right there, I think, today. Making long cast. Sun's high in the sky. We stopped on a couple teams working our way back in here. All of those teams are kind of sitting around that 15-pound mark. So Noah and Cole being able to break up towards that 18 pounds is a good thing. Probably going to take over 20 today to win this thing. We got their head down as well. Looks like they're doing a little live scoping. Trying to chase these schools back around in here too. This is a takeoff back in here where that boat just came from. Coming from the ramp. It's a long run back in there towards the ramp. Got a no wake zone there at the bridge. And just past there is where we blasted off this morning. So not very far from takeoff. These guys are able to put together a good solid limit. Looks like a swim bait from the cast there. Some type of soft plastic swim bait. Slow rolling it. guys, if you're looking for somebody to turn the water up for you, has it? Folks at home want to know how it's going today. Everybody's asking.
Well, it ain't been bad. We've only got 17 or 18. We found a bunch of places. I haven't been able to get on any of them. This one hardly. There's boats everywhere out there. Everything we had marked. So luckily, I don't think anybody found this place.
So what's going on here?
They were grouped up there real good this morning. We had like 17 by about 7 o'clock. We pulled up probably by the pound. Pulled a few times about 30 minutes ago.
So this has been the magic stuff today then?
Yes, so far. I'm hoping we can get on some of that stuff later in the day because we got a lake boat numbers. Checked a few places and they already look like they have been busted up pretty good.
All right, Darren, I think you've caught up with another team. Tell us what's happening on that end of the lake this morning.
Well, we made a long run, and we have caught up with Goggins and Wood, and we're about to get ready for the breakdown, but I wanted to catch up with these guys since they were in the area and ask them one last question. Oh, jacked one. I mean, that fish's face is hurt so bad right now. All right, guys, y'all been the talk of the day. What's the weight? How much weight you got?
Same thing from this morning.
Really?
I ain't done nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
So that was, y'all had around 16, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
It died right after that.
We knew it was going to be like that. Our first stop was going to have to happen, because after that it's going to be bad.
Wow. Well, at least it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've lost a couple since then, but I lost a pretty decent one a while ago. Never seen her, but it's been real slow.
I don't know if y'all can hear that, but they said that they've got the same weight they had from this morning when Luke covered them. They said that they pretty much knew that it was going to be slow. They had to have them off the first stop, and luckily they did that. I bet. Have y'all caught a bunch of fish throughout the day? Just small ones?
Just this morning, those two. Yeah, just 2 or 3 more since this morning.
Wow, so it's actually been slow. Well, y'all heard it.
No.
Yeah. Well, y'all heard it there from the current anglers of the year, and they've got a good bag. They've obviously got a lot of fishing time left. We're going to go to a break now, and when we get back, we will do the bush light roundup. So we'll see y'all back here in just a few seconds.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Y'all know what's better than one biscuit? Two biscuits. Take your pick of two handmade biscuits for just $5.55. Choose between the sausage, egg, and cheese or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits. Ain't got to be a math whiz to see this deal. Jack's, all about the South.
All right, here we are for the Bush Light breakdown. We're going to take a minute here and just kind of run around the lake. Each of us take a break and just see what all we've seen around the lake this morning. So basically for us today, we started out this morning with Steve Winslet and Rob Lee, your current AOI reigning champions for last year. They're sitting 5 points in second place this morning when we're taken out. And they actually started right over there. They started this morning on a brim bed and really got on there quick. They had to scan around a little bit, and then they finally found the brim bed, and then they hooked up 4 times. 4 of the 5, 4 times. 3 of those times they landed a fish, but all of those fish were short. So we got to have a 14-inch fish today. So they loaded up and left here, scanned a couple other areas on the way out. They ended up in a spot where there was just a big flat in there, and they caught their first fish in that spot there. We talked to them for a little bit. They said that they really had a lot of spots to hit today. They weren't losing faith. They were going to hang in there, and they really had some tricks up their sleeves that they were going to pull out later in the day to hopefully gain those 5 points and move up and hold on to that AOI for this year. And then we bounced around to a couple of other teams. All of those teams that we saw were right outside of here, between here and the main river or the main lake. Those teams are all fishing humps. So what we've got going on is we've got a little hump with a soft spot, or a hump with a hard spot, or a hump with a brim bed, and they're fishing schools that are just kind of running in and out, running in and out, running in and out. And there were multiple boats in those schools, and they would catch one on this boat and they'd catch one on this boat. And all of those teams out there are sitting on about 15 pounds. They're sharing the same fish, and truthfully, they may not get much more than 15 pounds unless some of the bigger fish move in later in the day, which that's what they're hoping. Some of those 4 and 5 pounders move in later in the day. A lot of those teams have a later boat draw, and they're able to do that. And then here, just now, we have moved in on Noah and Cole Godwin, who for us are the team that's leading, 18 pounds, and they came in here after we left with Steve and Rob. They kind of came in here and they said we just kind of camped out, and there's just a little ledge running right here. Probably got some brim beds on it as well, and they're able to upgrade to that 18 pounds. They caught another one while we were in break just a second ago, and I think you got a chance to see that in a replay. But those guys right now are sitting on 18 pounds. A 5-pounder could push them up closer to that 20-pound range. Those guys really know how to do it. They have bookend wins in this series, so they know what it takes to win, and I really love to see them continue to do well today, later this afternoon. They got a late boat draw, so they're able to really have plenty of time to upgrade. So let's bounce on around. Luke, I think you're next.
Yes, sir. Jason, thank you. You got to not burn a lot of gas and see a lot of basket caught today, so I know that was fun. We, on the other hand, saw some basket caught, but we did burn a lot of gas. We've been all the way to the dam and back today. We started our day covering our Angler of the Year leader, one half of the Angler of the Year leaders, there, Anthony Goggins, CJ Knight, in a wedding this weekend. And by the Alabama Bass Trail rules, you are allowed an alternate. You have to name that at the first of the year. They knew this event was coming up, that CJ would have to miss it. So they find themselves leading angler of the year, and Anthony is fishing with Dustin Wood, who is a fantastic angler here on this lake as well. They got off to a fast start this morning, but as we heard just a little bit ago from Darian, kind of slowed down. And that's kind of been the theme of our day. We caught up with the Miller boys, our high school teams, one of our high school teams in the event that are 17th place, and they had kind of a fast morning, and then it slowed down as well. But every team we've stopped on since, really right out of the gate with Goggins and Wood, it's really slowing down. Bites are few and far between. There are so many boats out on the main drag, out on that main river channel. I mean, you can almost hopscotch boat to boat to boat to boat. So I don't know if it's fishing pressure kind of slowing things down. There's not a lot of current. Obviously, it's very, very hot and not a lot of wind. So it can be frustrating if you're not getting bit. We kind of felt that on some of the teams we're covering. So it will be interesting headed into weigh-in at 2:30 this afternoon to see who can come out on top, get through those conditions, fight through it. Who's going to take home Angler of the Year and who's going to take home that $15,000. I can't wait. Come see us here at Lake Point State Park. Darian, what you got for us to wrap this thing up?
Yeah, man, it's just, for us, it's the Shane Powell, Tim Fox show. When you hear of Lake Eufaula in the summertime, they're the first name, one of the first names that comes to mind. And Miss Kay confirmed they've won 2 tournaments here, both summertime tournaments, 2020 and 2021. And they've won a whole bunch of money since then. So we started with those guys and just followed them the whole morning. And that was our mission, was we're gonna ride with these guys and see how they break the lake down and be able to cover it. A lot of people want to know how they fish. Personally, I thought it was really cool to watch how they fish. And they were running and gunning like crazy. Obviously, they would make a few casts on spots. One of the cool things that I noticed was that first or second cast, how important it is in a brush pile to be lined up when you make the cast, and it needs to be good, because if they were getting bit, a lot of times it was the first or second cast, and then if they didn't get a bite within 5 or 6 casts after that, they were running. And I think that speaks a lot to their local knowledge of what that style of fishing's like. And for me, growing up on the Tennessee River, that's not how we would, it's totally different than the Tennessee River. You would keep throwing and keep throwing and keep throwing until that school fires up. But this is a different style of fishing, although it looks the same. You look out across this lake and it's big. It looks, similar to Guntersville in how wide it is, and but underneath the water is a lot different. Big, huge flats, finding random brush piles in a 10-foot flat that could be 2 miles long and 1 mile wide, and you're finding a few brush piles in there. So really interesting that we were able to cover that. A lot of the guys that we've covered have done that, and we didn't really see a ton of fish catches today, but we learned a lot. We were able to show a lot and talk some really good fish talk with the best on the lake. So good fishing on our end. Also, we burned a ton of gas today, so that was fun too. We were able to use the Phoenix air condition, and man, I'm excited to see what weigh-ins. Miss Kay, we'll throw it over to you.
You're not watching, Jason, Luke, and Darian aren't watching me in the studio as they're talking, and I'm on my phone, actually on both phones with things going on. As always, there's always something to deal with back here in the studio, but as you've heard them talk, there's been a lot of tactics that's been used in a lot of areas on the lake. You saw Darian running and gunning. Shane Powell, Tim Fox weren't staying in areas very long. And then you saw people like Noah and Cole Godwin that had sit down, and that's where they were going to be. So there's going to be a lot of fish catching between now and that 2:30 first weigh-in. Guys can come in as early as 12:30. We are allowing them that because of the extreme heat that we're going through today, as well as just really wanting to make sure that that fish care is top-notch and top priority to all of us, not only our team here at the Alabama Bass Trail, but our anglers out on the water. But that wraps us up. 2:30 is what time weigh-in starts. If we have anybody weigh in early, we will record that, play it back for you at the 2:30 mark. But until then, if you're coming out, please bring your lawn chairs and your umbrellas, plenty of sunscreen. We'll see you out here at Lake Point State Park at 2:30. Y'all have a great day.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McLarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and